Good evening, everybody. I will confess I wasn't 100% sure what I was going to be streaming today, and I will also confess I'm surprised but delighted that I am going to be sharing Age of Wonders 4 with you tonight. And the reason for this is I have a so the acquisition of Triumph Studios kind of mixed news to me. I thought Age of Wonders Planetfall was tremendous. I really enjoyed covering that and its DLC. But I'm sure, as some of you know, the you know Paradox kind of changed the way that it's doing keys for content creators, and unfortunately, that kind of left me out in the wilderness. Which, again, to be clear, that is not a shame on Paradox for doing that. That's clearly their call in terms of how they want to manage their relationships. But unfortunately, the third party group behaved in a really disrespectful way when it came to Stellaris. So at that point, the whole institution of the Monday broadcasts for Paradox games kind of fell apart on that, and I wasn't. I was sad to see it go because of the games, but not sad to see it go based on what happened there. But the thing is, Triumph Studios is this wonderful Dutch company which has made a wonderful series, Age of Wonders, and acquired by Paradox. And the thing is, like, it's never helpful to. I wouldn't have brought up the material before, except for the fact that a number of you know that happened, and so may be surprised to see this. But GOG reached out, and I do have a key from them, which I'm very grateful for, because it does mean that I'm able to support a developer that I am, really excited to see their latest entry from. And I also, like I said, I really enjoy the Age of Wonders series. I liked Age of Wonders 3 quite a bit. I don't think I streamed that one as much, but I feel like I did quite a bit of Age of Wonders Planetfall. And I particularly liked that there was an article that GOG put out on Age of Wonders. Actually, I'm going to take a quick second to review that, just because I think it does a nice job of sort of summarizing where we are in the series. And more importantly, again, like, it's nice to be able to recognize the people who have shared or given me the opportunity to be able to share this game with you. So, of course, with that in mind, they haven't asked me to say anything on this particular round, but obviously, Age of Wonders is available on GOG. Well, GOG Galaxy is the service that they have, but I don't believe you need to download GOG Galaxy for it. For those of you who are fans of the GOG platform, I know one big reason for that is DLC or DRM free. Not DLC free. I believe there's a season pass for this game, which I'm sure Triumph would like you to purchase. But I don't know 100% how the Paradox launcher interacts with that. So if that's something that matters for you, I suggest taking that to GOG. But they're the ones to provide this key, and I'm very grateful for that. But what I do want to do here is just share briefly the article that they put out. Guest article, learn more about Age of Wonders 4 from the series director Lennart Saz. And one reason I want to do this is that I was interested and I learned things out of this. And it does give me a chance here to just mention that I don't know the availability on Steam, but it does seem like the series is available from the first entry up to the most recent one. Although I noticed there isn't Age of Wonders 3. It's got to be available on here. Anyways, I will leave it to you to figure out what is and isn't available and where you might want to get it. But the release of Age of Wonders 4 as the latest and highly anticipated entry in the iconic turn-based strategy series is almost upon us. We're incredibly excited to immerse ourselves in its magical universe yet again, and to celebrate that, we've prepared some awesome things to get ready for the launch on May 2nd. First of all, you can pre-order Age of Wonders 4 right now. Of course, it's not a pre-order anymore, both in standard and premium edition, and by doing so, get access to some awesome additional content. Moreover, if you'd like to know which of the game's 6 affinities to cosmic forces will best suit you while playing Age of Wonders 4, take our quiz to find out. Regrettably, this quiz seems to be is no longer enabled, so I don't quite know what was available there. And now the reason that you've come here for. The Age of Wonders series director, Lennart Saz. Again, apologies if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. The only Dutch name I know how to pronounce is Jan de Haan. But I should actually, there is one other big reason I wanted to do the Triumph game as soon as I had the opportunity. Ottawa is beautiful now with many tulips which have been gifted to us from the Netherlands. And I have walked by the man with two hats statue, sort of celebrating the great friendship between Canada and the Netherlands. So I'm this sounds like such a silly reason to want to support Triumph, but I really do enjoy their games. So I was over the moon to be able to do this. So hello there, my name is Leonard Saz, and I have the privilege of being director of the Age of Wonders series since the first game. In this article, I'll tell you about the journey of the Age of Wonders series, from the good old game Age of Wonders 1 to the brand new Age of Wonders 4 and its big new features, faction creation and evolution. This is our best game yet, and the results of a journey lasting more than 25 years. Age of Wonders inception. When we were young lads and built the first Age of Wonders in the 90s, it was our dream to make a strategy game where you could play as the ruler of a fantasy empire. It was a project filled with great ambition and the blissful ignorance of youth. We started working on a game where you could experience many stories, choose from a variety of rulers, build cities, and command armies against others in a sweeping high fantasy conflict, inspired by the books of Tolkien and his ilk. We made the game turn-based and split the gameplay up into a world map and a combat layer. We gave the player an on-map hero avatar who could charge into battle in gory pixel graphic glory. There were multiple ways to play, including a detailed story campaign, skirmish maps, hot seat, and live multiplayer in simultaneous turns. You could build underground empires, be defenders of the forests, or become war crime committing warlords. I remember a marketing person describing the game as having everything but the kitchen sink. Age of Wonders 1 became a success for us, but we spent 6 years or so on it, including a rewrite. How do you evolve such a series that already has so many features without it becoming stale or collapsing under its own weight? Developing the foundations. Our answer was that step by step, we gave players more agency, more ways to configure and develop their rulers' empires, more ways to steer development, and more role-playing opportunities. For example, Age of Wonders 2 introduced the Wizard Kings, which were detached from their minion races, and a more elaborate magic system. Age of Wonders Shadow Magic introduced configurable random maps. Age of Wonders 3 brought us race-class combos and 3D ruler customization. The sci-fi spin-off Planetfall, our first game with Triumph's new parent, Paradox Interactive, added a unit mod system where players could add modules to units, drastically evolving their abilities. Age of Wonders 4. This brings us to Age of Wonders 4, which is very much a continuation of the Age of Wonders series' decades-long journey, gradually becoming more systems-driven, replayable, and open-ended with each sequel, putting more powers in the player's hand. This sort of evolution is essential to keep long-running franchises fresh and relevant for the audience and for ourselves. Additionally, we have welcomed many talented young developers with fresh perspectives to the team, which was instrumental in achieving this objective. Faction creation. The starting design pillar of Age of Wonders 4 was putting player agency and creativity first, allowing players not only to create their own ruler, but also customize their entire fantasy race at the start of the game, and evolving them would be done according to the player's chosen path. Space GSC 4X Stellaris from our colleagues, Grand Strategy game, from our colleagues in Stockholm has been an inspiration in terms of species creation. Hello, Index Gnome. For Age of Wonders 4, we actually had to generate whole fantasy army rosters from a large set of variables. Your race's starting physical form with associated traits, their culture and social traits have an impact on how your creation materializes. The Tomes of Magic and Evolution. This new focus on agency and creativity doesn't stop in the front end. We cut up the tech tree into tomes of magic and magical affinities. Each tome contains a number of spells, unit unlocks, and other effects centered around a single theme. As you go through the game phases, you get to pick new tomes and research their contents. You can create a race of wild barbarians and research tomes of cryomancy, necromancy, and cold dark to transform your people into sinister, cold-based undead beings. Or you can create a race of cannibal halflings and uplift them as angelicized little cherubs. There are endless combinations to make. As you make choices, you build affinities to the 6 magical spheres in the game: Order, Chaos, Astral, Materium, Nature, and Shadow, all of which guide development, unlocking additional empire effects. By looking at the affinities of rival factions in the game, you also get a quick impression of their abilities. Story and the return of the Wizard Kings. All these sandbox features don't mean we've abandoned our narrative and world-building efforts. The premise for the 4th entry in the series has been 2 decades in the making. The conclusion of 2003's Age of Wonders Shadow Magic saw the warring Wizard Kings banished from Athla. We knew that if the stars aligned, we'd bring them back, bigger and scarier than before. Age of Wonders 4 starts with the banished Wizard Kings breaking free of their otherworldly prisons. Corrupted by centuries of torment in eldritch domains, they have returned to the world of Athla and now seek other realms that lie within their grasp. Not merely satisfied to reclaim their thrones, they seek to establish themselves as gods over mortals. The mortal leaders scramble to rally their populations against the invaders. Choosing to be a mortal champion or one of the returning Wizard Kings, you must master the forbidden arts and prepare for a confrontation, the likes of which the universe has never seen, taking the conflict to Athla and other worlds within the Astral Sea. The game develops the lore surrounding the Astral Sea, Magehaven, and the returning Wizard Kings. The game ships with 5 story missions, and most importantly, an all-new dynamic event system which wraps around your experiences. Your heroes may come with personal quests. Lords leading minor cities may plead for your aid as you grow in power. Entities associated with the magical affinities will start to stir, and you will need your leadership skills to handle these varied events. Your Pantheon. As you play, you collect a pantheon of Wizard Kings called Godir in Magehaven. They can be your personal creations or pre-made rulers coming from our own designers. Below are a couple of examples. So we've got Borek Ragetaker here, Raija Half-Blooded. The realms you visit may be pre-made story realms or entirely configured by yourself to tailor your fantasy. Sylvan Fae worlds, ancient worlds scorched by dragons, you name it. You can play these single player or with or against friends in multiplayer. We are proud to release this game after nearly 4 years of work. We enjoyed making it and are very much enjoying playing it ourselves and are looking forward to expanding it even further. Join us on the journey. Age of Wonders 4 is out May 2nd, 2023 on GOG. So there you have it. We'd like to thank Leonard Sass and Paradox Interactive very much for this awesome opportunity to learn about Age of Wonders 4. Honestly, we couldn't be more excited for the release. Oh, for this game, Index Gnome? If you were referring to this, I'm curious, have you played the previous Age of Wonders games? Because I was actually, I kind of left this, essentially I opened the game to make sure it would load up in OBS, and that's about it in terms of what I've checked out. But I do enjoy learning stuff on stream, so we'll see it. Anyways, I know that most people probably don't want to hear an essay at the beginning, but it's actually a nice chance for me to finally say, like, this is a great example of something where GOG provided added value, and this is a reason why you may want to pick it up over there rather than here, because I don't think I would have read that article any other chance. And I actually really liked that framing in terms of what they were trying to accomplish with Age of Wonders 4 compared to the previous entries, because the customization is actually something I've really enjoyed about the series. And I was really disappointed when people talked about Planetfall just being a reskin of number 3, because it was anything but. Anyways, I'm going to shut up and let the opening cinematic speak for itself.
A power older than time has returned. Free from their imprisonment, ancient Wizard Kings come, seeking lost magics and new realms to conquer, turning all whom they encounter, by choice or by force. Through strife, champions arise. New unities are founded. And powerful arcane knowledge unlocked. As gods and mortals clash, the forces unleashed will shape a new age of wonders.
But yeah, I can actually already see from that description.
Welcome to Magehaven. Magehaven is a sanctuary between worlds. From here, powerful rulers called Godir venture to realms within the Astral Sea. As you conquer realms, other Godir will gather in Magehaven and join your pantheon. You will also gather Pantheon experience, which unlocks new options for creating your Godir and their followers. Your Pantheon will tell your story of the fourth age of wonders. Step through the World Gate. Your first adventure awaits.
I love that they had the budget for voicing everything, but it gives me less to do. All right, Magehaven. Magehaven is a world in the Astral Sea where the Pantheon of Godir hold their most important forum and of dispute and council. It is protected by an unbreakable spell which prevents any harm from being done to a living creature or soul. Therefore, even the fiercest enemies can meet there to negotiate their conflicts. Magehaven is located close to the well that bears the remnants of the Archons who once dwelt there. Among the many wonders of Magehaven are the Library of Ancient Tomes and the World Gate, which act as magic portals through the Astral Sea. Godir. The wizards of the Pantheon who gather at Magehaven are called Godir. From there, they seek new knowledge and journey to new realms in the Astral Sea. Some of the Godir are newly ascended champions, while others are ancient wizard kings seeking dominion over new realms and people through their dominion of the dominion of the affinities. Godir have achieved a form of immortality. If they are vanquished, they are cast into the astral void and seek to rematerialize in Magehaven. This actually reminds me quite a bit of Chaos Reborn, which I really loved. I wonder if that was an inspiration for this, or if this is something they've been sitting on for a while. The Astral Sea. The Astral Sea is the primal source of arcane powers, a vast ethereal ocean containing and connecting the worlds within. I'm curious if I hold shift. Yeah. The material worlds embedded within the Astral Sea, they are places where mortal races thrive to build their empires, and where the grand plots of the past and coming ages unfold. According to ancient knowledge, the worlds were drawn from the well by the Allfather, after which dragons shaped them and giants refined them. Through the ages, the worlds and their distinguished realms have been altered and reshaped by various factions and forces, making each uniquely distinct in terms of the lay of the land, creatures, and people living there, but also the abundance of magic and its representing affinities. This ocean ebbs and flows, pushes and pulls, seeps into the material world through mana nodes. It contains being of pure magical energy, such as the Node Serpent, and is traversed by the souls of the dead on their final journey to the well. Powerful mages follow the astral flows to travel between worlds, but it is a dangerous journey where they may be lured away into the astral void or become a victim of astral sea monsters. A much safer method involves the use of world gates, which, however, require great knowledge and skill to be created or used. World Gate to shortcut the dangerous journey to other worlds. The Godir have devised elaborate portal structures known as World Gates, which allow the user to travel to other worlds almost instantly. Great knowledge and skill is required to use such a portal, otherwise the Godir and their companions may be lost in the astral void or stranded on an isolated world. So what I'm going to do here, I'll just double check settings here. It should already be set to what I want. I don't think it even gives me a resolution option. I'm going to say that's the way I want it. I'm getting a new game.
Destination.
So, okay, gotcha. One of the things I did want to say, I'm definitely interested, like, one of the things that I like the most about Age of Wonders is the customizability. And in fact, the fact that they say that they thought they used Stellaris as an inspiration in terms of species creation, like obviously so much time in Stellaris was spent creating species. So it's actually something that it's something I really, really enjoy and would consider a highlight of games like this. I am less inclined to do it now, and this is just partly, again, it's not every day that I get to try a brand... Okay, well, there's enough games that release that, yes, in theory, I could try a brand new game every day, but especially a good strategy game, one that, I'm really interested in playing, those are a bit more rare. And so it can always be helpful to take that opportunity to say, okay, so here's how I unpack something that I'm not familiar with, and make sense of it. And one of the first things that I do is I try to learn the basics of the game. You know, I try and use one of the already designed species, one of the ones that I think might be interesting to play. Like the same for realms. I like to start with that and then, you know, move into the customization once I have a bit of an idea in terms of sort of figuring out, okay, this is roughly how it works. This is a strategy I think is interesting, and to move on. But again, I just want to stress there are a couple things specifically about species I do want to mess around with in this one, because there's a couple of shapes that I just really like, and I think are a great example of something that's sort of off the beaten track that I'm personally interested in doing. All right, so we'll do Fields of Rebirth. Initiation Realm Beginner Scenario. The returning Wizard Kings first preyed on small, bountiful, and harmonic realms to hone their skills. Will you be a protector or an invader of this beautiful domain? Harmonious Lands. This realm is more peaceful, but still not without danger. High-tier Ancient Wonders are absent. High-tier Infestation Spawners are absent. And Wizard Kings are ancient archmages who seek power across the realms, or archmages, I guess, across the realms of the Astral Sea. Before joining the Pantheon at Magehaven, the Torment of Shadows left many mentally warped. Wizard Kings are no longer limited to their original mortal form and can create people vastly different from themselves. Okay, difficulty. I want a forgiving experience with easy to overcome challenges. I know strategy games, give it to me straight. Or I am a seasoned veteran of strategy games. I think we will do normal.
Here, you have the unique ability to create your empire and the people living in it.
Whether they are deep dwarves, mystic elves, or barbarian halflings, they all make excellent followers. As your empire grows, you acquire new tomes of magic, allowing you to evolve your people into the direction that you want. Be it angelic beings, undead, or other transcendent forms, this Age of Wonders will be yours. So I just wanted to take a quick second here and show you what I meant by...
In the following steps, you will create your people, followed by your ruler.
For your first faction, we suggest you focus on a theme instead of the numbers. Roleplay your favorite trope or go crazy with experimentation. In this first step, pick your people's physical form. Forms have default traits which you can swap out if you like. So one of the things, again, that I really, really like about the Age of Wonders series is that, they say Tolkien is an influence. You know, there's any number, and I really wanted to highlight this about Planetfall. There's a number of things that you would sort of take as maybe table stakes for a setting, right? But inevitably, they always found a nice way to just put a little extra spin on it. And I'm particularly pleased with the fact that there are Toadkin. I like the fact that I can play frog people. I don't know how many fantasy games that I get to play frog people in, but I'm just very happy that I get to have that option. So again, I'm not going to go down the full path here, although it does seem to be encouraging me to just play around. But I think I want to try one of the designer-created factions first. But I will just show you a little bit in terms of how the customization works. So you've got human, elfkin, orcoid, dwarfkin, halflings, goblinoid, feline, ratkin, toadkin, and molekin. And as you can see here, they do start with some default abilities. So body trait resilient, units are less likely to be affected by negative status effects. But if I, for whatever reason, wanted something different, maybe I wanted, Toadkin with Nightmare Mounts, a powerful boost for your mounted units, but has no effect on your other units. Plus 10 hit points, gains Intimidating Aura ability, and ruler starts with a Nightmare Mount. By the way, it is important to remember that toads are appropriately nightmare beings, right? These giant mouths with super long tongues. They're like this manifestation of gluttony. This is the sort of thing that you should be terrified by, but they just look so cute. So, but yeah, so you get to mess around. You do not need to go with the defaults.
In this step, you will pick your people's culture, which defines your starting units and economy.
So as the starting tutorial mentioned, you can go for themes, but there are also some, there are specific paths that you wind up going down. So if you want, you can, well, as it says, feudal, a hierarchic society wherein lords, ladies, and knights reign over peasants, all stand together in battle when their fertile realm is threatened. We have high, a highly devoted society whose members strive for harmony. When threatened, however, they wield their guiding light as a weapon. So, elevated toad people. The barbarian toad people. A people who thrive on war and aggression. They value strength and prefer to charge head-on into bloody battles. Industrious. Master builders who value grand cities and strong armor, preferring a defensive attitude over an aggressive one. The dark toad people. A dictatorial civilization where the strong and ruthless dominate the weak. They use forbidden magics to maintain control and weaken their enemies. Or the esoteric brotherhood of toad people, Mystic. A culture of scholars driven to study every corner of the astral sea. They prefer to find answers through research and arcane prowess. So as you can see here, right, like, it's not just that you get to pick different forms. You are picking, or it's like different physical forms, but the culture also has associated models and all of that. So that's 2 dimensions, and there's more that you can go down. And then, as it indicated, as you progress through the game, if you behave in a way that's maybe inconsistent with your origins, that, you know, it's not just necessarily breaking some kind of immersion in the game. Ultimately, your race gets shaped by your decisions. But anyways, as you can see, there's a lot to play around with. So here we have Alfred Elderstone, Destined Humans. So Tome of Faith, human, feudal. Okay. Let's take a quick look at our choices here. Zathel Silverleaf. So if you mouse over, it does give some, like, I think it gives some indications here. If you look at something like Tome of Beasts, I'm assuming I can mouse over that and say roughly what it is. But let's go for something that looks interesting thematically. Asgera Spinesplitter, Bloodfang Orcs. Tugram Hammerhall, Mountain Dwarves. Inamru and Kanan. These have got to be scholars. Nope. Or yeah, sorry, Mystic, not scholars. Hambinger, Wholesome Halflings. Gloom Hooknail, Necrotic Goblins. Cruel Blightlord, the Fiendish Rodents. Dafaldea, the Crusading Croakers. Oh, that's fun. So it's a Wizard King, and they're high. That's actually funny because I originally wanted to make I wanted to make high toad people. I did not think that would be a default, but I do like my dignified toads. I may go for these guys. Sunren Toliath, Ashborn Hedonists, or Hedonists possibly. Fangir, Moonrock Dwarves. So again, dwarves that are playing against type, Mystic Dwarf King. Werlak of Insulder, the Shadowborn Elves. Blint the Underdelver, so mole people, that's got to be industrious. Yes. Arctica, the Gnarled Frostlings. Oh, I didn't think that was human. They look very otherworldly. Mishara the Radiant, Human Paladins, so that's got to be another high, yeah. Zedivaka World Shaper, Underground Disciples. Oh, right. There's a difference between the race and the leader. So the leader may be one thing. These are mole people, but the leader is different. Carissa the Red, Enthralled Orcs. Rania the Golden, Cursed Toadlings, Tone of Enchantment, Resilient Water Adept. And Necron the Risen, the Cruel Deathbringers. So I'm definitely feeling like toads are where I want to go. Now, I was originally thinking, being a champion rather than a wizard king plundering a realm. But the thing is that these seem like much more dignified and noble toads than the cursed toadlings. So we've got the Tome of Enchantment, improve your units with unit enchantments, and specialize in physical damage. Enchantment is truly a union of the worldly and the arcane, as it requires both a steady smithing hand and magical prowess, enhance weaponry, tools of labor, and even your people to see your empire rise before any other. Again, it's a feudal group. And in contrast, we have the Tome of Zeal. Rile up your fanatic population for a common goal. Use units with zeal and inflict condemned on enemies. The fervor of righteousness is a gift unto your subjects. When it courses through their veins, they become mightier, more valiant. They brush off their wounds and any pain, shielded by the holy knowledge that they are in the right. Those who reject your gift shall know condemnation, and it shall wither their very souls. Sola the pure, exalted human. All right, I think we are going to do the Crusading Croakers. Here you have a unique ability to create your empire and the people living within it. Whether they're deep dwarves, mystic elves, barbarian halflings, they all make excellent followers. As your empire grows, you will acquire new tomes of magic, allowing you to evolve your people into the direction you want, be it angelic beings, undead, or other transcendent forms. This Age of Wonders will be yours. Oops, sorry, just a second here. Faldea, a new ruler emerges. Explore your surroundings and expand your domain. Prepare to face your rivals and become the master of this realm. Your choices will shape the new Age of Wonders. So, Toadkin, we should probably read their abilities. We've got resilient units are less likely to be affected by negative status effects. +3 status resistance. Status resistance reduces the chance that a unit will be affected by negative status effects. Water adaptation, moving around and settling in swamp areas becomes easier, and able to build farms on swamp terrain. High structures have city stability and knowledge income. Units are strengthened with Awakened, revealing their hidden potential. +4 spirit damage on base attacks. Activate any dormant traits. 10 something alignment. Determines how free cities and other empires see you. Affected by ruler traits and various actions. Affects relations with free cities and empires with neutral or better alignment. In addition, a good alignment or better will increase the chance for positive random events to occur, while an evil alignment or worse will make negative random events more likely. High culture has an alignment agenda. Empire relations with each alignment level. So pure good, very good, good, neutral, evil, very evil, and pure evil. So the High Culture has an alignment agenda which grants bonuses for any of the following alignment levels. Pure Good, +25 city stability in all cities. Neutral, 10 food, 10 production per city stability level above neutral in all cities. And Pure Evil, units start combat in an awakened state. Okay, experienced seafarers. With strong sea legs, they are unrivaled on the water and know how to dredge up extra value from its depths. Fisheries yield extra gold, food, and draft. Naval units cost 25% less to recruit and maintain. Naval units have +2 rank. And imperialists, they are focused on the glory of their empire and the development of their cities. The Throne City and cities that share a border with the Throne City gain +20 city stability and 20 gold income. Capital City starts with +1 population. Starting magic, Awaken Inner Radiance. Friendly units in a 1 hex radius become awakened for 3 turns. If already awakened, they gain strengthened instead, +10% damage. And summon Zealot. Summons a Zealot onto the target world hex. A Zealot is a reckless fighter unit that is advantageous against condemned units.
A new age of wonders dawns.
Allow me to lend some aid, O exalted lord. During play, messages like this will provide advice on how to achieve victory on this realm. Some of these will trigger objectives for your growing empire. Click on the question mark button in the bottom right to open additional advice. If you want to reread any advice, you can open the advice history in the same menu by pressing the checkmark button. You can disable and reset these messages in the settings menu.
Take some time to look around and familiarize yourself with your new surrounding.
To rotate the camera, hold the middle mouse button and drag your mouse.
You can take a closer look at the land by zooming in, or get a better overview of the world by zooming out. Zoom out. You have reached the overview map. As you explore the world, you will have many threats and opportunities to consider. Use this to inform your strategies.
Zooming back in will get you back to the regular view. Okay, hyperlinks and tool.
You can always find out more about a topic if you ever need more information to inform your decisions.
You'll often find a hyperlink in text. Hovering over one will show important information about a concept or system. Hover your mouse over the underscored word hyperlink above to open a tooltip. Select one of the armies on the map to learn more about them.
You have selected an army. Armies are the core of your military strength. They can explore the world, attack your foes, and defend your lands.
The banners above each army show what faction they belong to. The panel at the bottom of your screen gives more information about that army.
An army is made up of individual units. You can see a unit's tier, unit role, and movement points in the army panel.
To learn more about individual units' capabilities, right-click their portrait in the army panel at the bottom of your screen.
Your armies can move a limited distance every turn. The distance they can move depends on the terrain they traverse.
You can move your army by right-clicking on a hex on the world map. You can control which units in the army move by left-clicking on their portrait. Whenever an army moves onto a hex occupied by an enemy army, it initiates combat. Nearby armies on both sides can reinforce in battle. Combat occurs when an army encounters an enemy army or while exploring ancient wonders. Combat occurs on a separate map and is turn-based. With the reinforcement rule, up to 6 armies can participate in the battle. The battle is won by the last combatant that has units left. Reinforcement rule. The reinforcement rule allows up to 3 friendly armies that are within 3 hexes of a combat engagement on the world map to join one of the combatants. There are exceptions to this rule. Combat while exploring an ancient wonder only allows 1 army to participate on each side. Furthermore, armies in locations such as infestation spawners or cities under siege will not join combats outside of their location.
You are about to begin exploring your surroundings. While the wide world holds plenty of things to find, 2 of the most valuable places you can come across are free cities and ancient wonders.
Okay, so we want to discover an ancient wonder in a friendly free city. Free cities are cities that do not belong to an empire. They have a free city lord with whom it is possible to negotiate. With a higher diplomatic state, a free city offers trading, recruitment points for the rally of the lieges, shared income. When an empire reaches the highest diplomatic state with a free city, the city may become part of that empire through the Pact of Integration. Alternatively, war may be declared to acquire the free city through conquest. Ancient Wonders. An ancient wonder is a location that contains adventure and rewards. It can only be explored by a single army led by a hero. When cleared, it can be annexed by a city. When annexed, it will provide city income and special units in the Rally of Lieges. An annexed ancient wonder counts as a type of province improvement. Ancient wonders can be bronze, silver, or gold, depending on rarity, difficulty, and value. So this is a scout unit. Shoot bow defense. Okay. I'm going to take a second here just to review my...
You have selected a hero. Heroes lead your armies around the world. Only they have the authority to explore ancient wonders, construct outposts, or start a siege.
Level up heroes by using them in combat and equip them with items as you find loot. Oh, sorry, items you find as loot. Outpost structure claiming a province for its owner and forming the foundation for a new city. Can be built by a hero, can be upgraded into a city, has various upgrades that can be built on it. Not be entered by enemies without trespassing. Gather gold, mana, and knowledge income from resource nodes and magic materials. Each outpost has a 10 gold upkeep for the owner. Okay, so melee strike. I'm assuming the little red star here is physical damage, and then I remember it said something about being awakened. So I'm sure I'll figure out the special damage types. Overchannel allows you to cast an additional spell this turn. Defense mode shield wall. This unit ends its turn and goes into defensive mode. Extends its zone of control to adjacent hexes. A unit's zone of control is 3 hexes in front of it. The zone of control blocks enemy movement and determines where the unit can perform a retaliation attack. Going into defense mode extends the zone of control to all adjacent hexes. Bonus defense, bonus resistance, immune to flanking. All adjacent friendly units gain +3 defense. Cool. Hero, land movement, ruler, swamp walk.
You have selected a unit and opened the unit panel. This panel shows the details on a unit and what the unit is capable of, as well as any weaknesses you could exploit.
I am really liking the look of the Crusading Croakers. I'm very happy I picked this faction. You can hover over the icons to learn more about a unit's abilities, passives, and unit types. So, support unit, a defensive specialist that supports friendly units from afar and protects them from magical attacks. A support unit that has defense mode warding. Swamp Walk will have everything. So, this is actually a reasonably powerful ability compared to my leader, I think. This is total of 14 between the two of them, whereas this does 16. Mending Awakening heals 30 temporary hit points, becomes awakened for 3, cannot be used within an enemy zone of control. Awaken, target friendly unit gains awakened for 3, so again, awaken spirit damage was what I was looking for. Defense mode warding, ends its turn and goes into defensive mode, and dormant radiant light. While awakened, this unit gains awakened radiant light. Base magic attacks have a 60% chance of inflicting distracted. All attacks hitting this target unit are flanking attacks. Next up, we've got the Dawn Defender shield unit, great at blocking enemies and protecting allies against physical attacks. A shield unit gains shield defense and defense mode shield wall. So 10 strength, melee strike. We already know there's shield wall. Shield of Light gives bonuses to defense and resistance, and this unit has +3 defense against non-flanking attacks. Finally, we have the Dusk Hunter. So they are presumably a ranged unit. An attack unit that takes out targets from afar. It is somewhat vulnerable. Its accuracy is affected by line of sight, cannot fire its main ranged attack while engaged in melee. So dormant seeking missiles, physical ranged and magic attacks have +1 range, +20 accuracy. So I suppose the approach here would be to send the Dawn Defender up front, and then if they're in trouble to sort of buff them with the Sun Priest, otherwise buff the Dusk Hunter to take people out at range, I'm assuming is the way that this would work. Okay. City management. Managing your cities. To learn about city management, select your city Dawnspire on the map.
You have selected one of your cities. Cities are central to your economy and allow you to build more units for your armies.
Food draft and production are resources used to develop your cities. Gold, mana, Imperium, and knowledge are resources that can be spent on any city, unit, or spell.
Locations and province improvements located in a city's domain will provide you with income. Structures can be built to improve your city.
Sorry, I'm finishing a little dinner. Select the hammer button located on the right side of the city panel and choose a structure to build. Suggestion: build a storehouse or a workshop. Okay, so the storehouse will give us additional food income. I'm assuming that's going to help the population. Food is used to gain new population in your cities and pay population upkeep. Greater food income will cause cities to grow faster. Gain food by annexing pastures, building farms and foresters in provinces, building certain city structures, collecting pickups. A city with insufficient food income will suffer from starvation. So that's currently at plus 43. We also have the artisan workshop. City structure, so it'll give additional, unlocks granary. Yeah, and it takes 7 turns. Now, what's the boost here? Boosting a city structure reduces its cost by 30%. Boosts automatically apply when the requirements are met. So if I build a forester, which I'm not quite clear on how to do that. So this takes the same period of time, so it'll give city stability. I don't see that measured quite. There we go. Extra draft income, presumably that's about recruitment. Draft is used for recruiting units in cities, spent on the first unit in the city's production queue. Bonus production income unlocks the stonemason and light forge. So I guess my logic here is that between the two, it seems to me like we're lower on production. Now, the thing is that I don't know whether or not I can measure food and production equally. But in this case here, it would seem to me that we're not in danger of going hungry. If I build the storehouse, I'm basically improving my food income by a quarter. Whereas if I build the artisan workshop, I'm improving it by 50%. So it would seem to me here that the artisan workshop is appropriate here. The game recommends the storehouse of the workshop. If I wanted, I could get knowledge income, mana income, or gold. We're 115 on gold. So by the same reasoning, I think the artisan workshop is the right call here.
Cities also recruit your units. Units cost upkeep every turn, so keep an eye on your income to ensure you can pay for your units.
Select the helmet button located under the production queue to choose a unit to recruit. So I think I already have a light seeker, don't I? Anyways, I'll go for the scout unit because it wants me to. Okay, if you can just give me a second here, I'm gonna finish munching on this pizza, and then I'll just be done with it.
You have selected your throne city. Your throne city is the most important city in your empire.
That's a lot of text to just leave you sitting with. Your current throne city is Dawnspire. This is where you can build your wizard tower, where your ruler will reappear when he perishes. If you lose both your throne city and your ruler, you are defeated. You can relocate your throne city to any other city through the city information screen. Select a city that has increased its population. Okay.
This city has grown and gained a new population. Each additional population enables you to expand the city's domain by placing a province improvement. Every province has different features, which determine what type of improvement can be built in it.
I remember this. So, our two bonuses were for a quarry or a forester. Let's just see the relative benefits of both. So a quarry... Okay, so the gold vein is definitely nice. I think we get that no matter what. Yeah. If we build the forester here, there's no special building for that. But the forester gives food and production. That seems to be the same for both of these. Now this has pastures, so that will give us bonus food. And then there's an iron deposit here, which will give me additional production income. I'm probably a little bit more inclined towards building the forester here, given that we get the pastures off of it. Now, I hate to admit... Ah, here we go. Okay, province limit reached. With Dawnspire needs one more population before it can add. Alright.
You can open the encyclopedia to find information about various units, mechanics, or spells.
The button is located in the top right corner of the screen, marked by the eye. So that is... So far, that's our... that's all of the advice so far. Now we had some objectives. Right, okay, so discover an ancient wonder, discover a friendly free city, and then we're currently recruiting a scout. So yes, and this is the same type of scout that we were already recruiting. Now one thing I am curious about... So 1, 2, 3, it would seem to me... Yeah, so this allied unit does actually wind up pulled into the combat. So I think I'm going to do that. What I want to do with the scout is to pick up the resources if I can. I'm not quite sure what this thing is. Banner, war-torn banner standing on an ancient battlefield. Moving your army onto it will grant all units some experience. Oop. Yeah, that's not important. So yeah, I think the best thing to do here is to attack the Marauder Guard.
You're about to enter combat. Inspect all participants and their combined strength before deciding if you want to fight manually or have your army automatically fight the battle.
If you use auto combat, the fight will be simulated and you will be able to replay the battle yourself if you don't like the results. Now, there are merits to auto combat, but it doesn't seem to me like the right thing to do, you know, when you're when you're starting out in a game. So let's take a look at what we've got here. Chaplain is a support unit. The Valiant Pests, rodent-like beings whose groups are often referred to as mischiefs. They move with uncanny agility, much to the jealousy of other beings. They work together to bring down even the largest of foes. They hold honor and valor in high regard and fight to uphold their laws wherever they go. They are blessed with an innate talent for spellcasting. They are known imperialists, proud of their people and their developed culture. So, Spirit Blast. So this is a lot like my own priest. Healing Prayer. And Bless. Okay. There's the Zealot. So, 12 attack, 12... God, I can never remember this damage name. Okay, so two melee units and a support.
Welcome to the field of battle. Here, you must kill or rout your foes in order to claim victory.
The defending army always takes the first turn, followed by the attacking army. Okay. So, it seems to me, with the exception of this unit, if the... So, I mean, there's two things, right? I'm the attacker, so I'm sort of the one
You have
who...
selected a unit. It has 3 action points to spend on moving and using abilities.
It seems to me like they kind of need to... Or like, as the attacker, I'm the one who kind of needs to give the fight. On the other hand, they sort of need to run into... They need to actually run into close range to be able to take me out. So I suppose one answer here is just to make sure that I don't put any units in range of being attacked. So I figure we'll do maybe one of these. Different abilities have different action point costs, and some trigger once per action point available. Using an ability will almost always end a unit's turn. As you plan movement, you can see the number of action points you will have available at your destination.
This is a ranged unit, which excels at dealing physical damage from a distance. It is vulnerable to melee attacks and should be kept in the back line. This is a support unit, which can use magical abilities to heal and strengthen its allies. This is a shield unit, a frontline melee fighter. When entering defense mode, it grants a bonus to adjacent allies, protecting them against physical attacks.
Ah yes, I forgot about my scout.
You have selected your ruler. Your ruler is a powerful combatant who can wield magical equipment and learn a variety of skills.
If your ruler falls in combat, they will return to your throne city after a short time. Now, if I hit end turn, it's automatically going to apply these defensive bonuses, but... So I'm kind of curious to see what they do here.
Your spells are now ready to be cast. Spells can have a variety of powerful effects and can turn the tide of battle when used properly.
Spells are unavailable in the first turn of combat and require mana and combat casting points to use. Now, I don't know what my mana income is each turn. It looks like it's 0. So if I want Awaken Inner Radiance, that's going to cost 10 and 10. I think I'm going to hold off on that. I'm fairly certain that I can handle these guys without
This
without too
unit
much
has
investment.
a ranged ability selected. Ranged abilities have an accuracy rating, which is the chance that the ability will hit the intended target.
So one thing I'm not 100% clear on for this game is whether or not I can sort of attack and then run. I'm guessing I probably can't run, so I'm slightly curious. Okay, so they're going to be able to attack me no matter
This is a
what.
scout unit, which is weak and best kept out of battle. If forced to fight, its high speed and ranged attacks make it a good unit for flanking.
So the best answer here is just to make sure that my my units are protected. Okay, now I'm not sure if this is going to count as a flank if they if this unit comes up. This is particularly alarming because these guys are going to be able to run. Actually, I'm wondering if I can. I guess I don't have an undo option. I do. So it's worth thinking about where, where the enemy might be able to move. So I'm curious. Yeah, the best shot is here, but it's one that's under threat from the enemy. So. Alright, that's it for the turn. Okay, so yeah, that does count as a flank. Okay, so we definitely need to heal up our...
Your unit is within an enemy's zone of control. When a unit moves into an enemy's zone of control, it becomes temporarily pinned and cannot move for the rest of the turn.
Oh, that's because I left-clicked on that unit. Moving out of a zone of control can trigger an opportunity attack. While in the enemy zone of control, many ranged and magical abilities will be unavailable. Okay, so first thing I want to do is aid my ally. I do have the opportunity to really mess with the bad guys here.
Your unit just attacked an enemy from behind. This is called flanking and gives a damage bonus.
Nice. Okay, so it's gonna provoke retaliation, but I still think this is the right call, so they're not flanking me anymore. So they're still probably gonna wind up piling on against me, but I suppose the hope here is we're gonna be able to either pull them out or get our support to help. Okay, so we definitely want to save our ally if we can. Not too many good opportunities for attacks, so I'm curious if this counts as a flank or not. So here what I want to do is make sure that I'm getting a flank. Actually, like if these land, they're a kill, but... Well, let's see. Dope! Unit just got
hit by a retaliation. This happens when a melee unit is struck from within its zone of control.
Unit has a limited number of retaliation attacks each turn, showed by the red marks under its banner. So definitely here we want to move our shield unit out so we don't lose it. We're We're not able to heal, so we can awaken or we can do our magic. I'm thinking it's probably magic time. Well, it doesn't really accomplish that much. Yeah, so if they want, they're probably going to be able to end this unit. Okay, I'm happy enough with how that turned out. So this still counts as a flank, so I'm happy to stay put and do the attacks. I'm getting a lot of grazed. I'm wondering if, I mean, this could be a percentage thing, or there could be something else going on here. Brutal. I'm looking for the stat on him that says, like, what his awakened ability is. I guess it doesn't say. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. So this will stop him from casting magic.
This unit has suffered casualties. Casualties occur when a unit takes damage, which also causes the unit to deal less damage with its attacks.
Units that are represented by a single figure, such as heroes and giants, are immune to casualties.
A unit has low morale because the tide of battle is turning against it. Units with low morale might fumble attacks, while high morale can lead to critical attacks.
If a unit's morale drops too low, it will start routing and flee the battlefield. So obviously the ruler needs the glory kill. Cool. So obviously there's definitely room for improvement there. The fact that I almost lost my shield unit right off the top is something that I need to work on. But other than that, I mean, as long as I'm able to recover, the HP without too much trouble, we're not going to. I'm not going to flog myself too much over that. So.
You have encountered a resource node. They provide additional yield to the province they are located in. Nodes are often occupied by marauders. To claim the node and its benefits, these guards will need to be removed first.
Ah, so perhaps I wouldn't have been getting the pasture until... Good to know. Marauders are hostile armies threatening the world map that are not affiliated with a free city or an empire. Not all neutral armies are the same. An army bearing the Tower banner represents a free city. A black banner with a skull represents a marauder guard. The red banner with a skull signifies an army belonging to an infestation. Presumably I've already accomplished the go to start a fight. Cool. A glorious victory, O exalted lord. You have beaten an army in combat, rewarding you with loot and your surviving units with experience. The more experience they get, the stronger your armies become. Okay, so I'm going to... the last kind of big dilemma that I have here is to figure out which of the two... So, just looking at it, you know, the two main things I would want my scout for would be the literally shiny objects on the screen. There's a third one. I think it said that it just gives experience, so that might be better for an army anyway. Oh, well, there we go. So it'll grant all units some experience. And a bunch of dusty scrolls and scribbled parchments that hold all kinds of secrets. Move your army onto it will instantly grant you some knowledge. So it seems to me like this is the better of the two options. Whoa!
Found a friendly free city. Now that you have established contact, you may provide them with a Whispering Stone. This artifact will sway their relation with you over time, until they are ready to become your vassal.
Sage Alessandro Ravenbeak of the Free City of Oraculum greets you with curiosity. Salutations, exalted Lord Dafaldea. Your reputation precedes you. We may not share your noble convictions, but we trust you will honor Oraculum's territory and independence. Give Alessandro Ravenbeak one of your Whispering Stones to start negotiations and gradually improve their allegiance with you. Whispering Stones are given to a free city to begin negotiations, which can lead to it becoming your vassal. Having more allows you to befriend multiple free cities at once. Unused Whispering Stones can be given to your cities to gain city stability. Gain more Whispering Stones via empire development. Arcane Tigrans. At the center of all good mysteries sits an unassuming cat watching silently through wide jeweled eyes. Enamru Encanon sees all with her ever so slight half-moon smile twitching in amusement at their arcane secrets the rest of her peers have yet to discover. Arcane Tigrans are Enamru's shadowy feline agents who flit through the dark places between worlds, absconding with arcane secrets for their mistress. Masters of magical channeling, they make formidable foes should they decide to step out of those shadows.
You have established your first contact. Once enough allegiance is gained with a free city and they've become your vassal, they could be integrated.
Okay, so new goal of integrating a free city. It's interesting you can withdraw it. I wonder if there's a penalty for doing so. So base value of +2. Presumably that's from the Whispering Stone. Free city open. Nope. In 6 turns, we get the Pact of Cooperation to open its borders. Trading is enabled. Up to 2 resource trades are available, and magic materials can be traded. And Pact of Loyalty shares its vision, allows building unclaimed provinces, contributes 2 to the Rally of Lieges. Will reinforce in combat against marauders and rulers the free city is at war with. And then finally, integration. Cool. Okay, so obviously I don't want to mess with those guys. Move off to this, yeah. So I suppose that's why we have scouts. Now it seems to me like I really don't want to be fighting these Marauder guards. It's a lot of zealots. And the big problem I see with this, given that I almost lost my shield unit, I mean, I've got my ruler, which is reasonably tough. There's a neat little article by Julian Gollop. It's quite old now, but it's something like give me my fantasy grand strategy game, and he kind of gives some examples of some fantasy games that get close to. So, like, one thing I find interesting about Julian Gollop is that he has this. He kind of stands astride the like old like pre-computer, or at least like gaming being a big thing, tabletop gaming. He's able to sort of draw from that experience, but he also does a very good job of sort of explaining how these things inspire his own games and sort of the other, like the things that he'd like to see inside of gaming. So for instance, when he talks about creating XCOM enemy Was it Enemy Unknown? Yeah, I know there's like UFO Defense and Enemy Unknown. Anyways, the original XCOM. He refers to the RPG Traveler, which comes up a lot. I know Dungeons and Dragons comes up a lot in game development conversations, but Traveler is another one that I notice comes up a lot in those discussions. But also a tabletop game called Sniper with an exclamation mark on the end. And I think that translated into a lot of the time unit stuff like that. And the thing to remember is, right, like, people who talk along these lines are not, like, they're creative and interesting designers in their own right. So these aren't just slavish kind of copies of these style of game, but they, like, once you know about these things, it's kind of really easy to see how those games had their influence. And of course, when you start talking about games like XCOM, you can see how they wind up having a large influence on gaming in general, right? So this fantasy one that he's talking about, I think two examples he gave were, that one was called Divine Right, and then the other one was, if I'm lucky, I actually have it in one of my tabs, because I know I was looking at it before. I think it was called Sword and Sorcery. I'm probably resisting the name because it sounds very generic. Yeah, Swords and Sorcery. But anyways, so the reason why I'm talking about this is Age of Wonders 3 comes up, as does Endless Legend. And I think the point that he makes on those is that, and I can't say if this is true of Age of Wonders 4, because obviously I'm just getting started, but he said he really enjoyed Age of Wonders 3, but he felt that the leader, like the hero units, were very powerful. To sort of a disruptive level in terms of sort of the experience that he was looking to recapture from the tabletop days. I don't actually think that's an unfair criticism of the Age of Wonders games. The Age of Wonders games are wonderful, and I like them very much. But I think if you're trying to capture what seem, again, I haven't played Divine Right or Swords and Sorcery, but I kind of think I know what he's going for. So, although I will say, like, one of the things that I think is underappreciated about the Age of Wonders games in terms of, like, what they do, I think they probably have the best version of, like, going into strange places to get an artifact of power to give you an advantage on the battlefield. That's something I really appreciate about it. And it's been, I mean, obviously this is an old series, so the option has been there for a long time, but it feels like people really haven't captured that as well as they could have, unless, they're Triumph. So make of that what you will. But anyways, so all of that was just basically to say, like, I kind of feel like if I really have to, I could probably afford to put my ruler in a bit more of harm's way when going up against something like the Marauder Guard. But given what happened in the previous round, like, the other thing is that if for whatever reason that breaks, I'm in a lot of trouble, because if the shield unit falls, the ruler's not going to be able to hold the line, and all of a sudden I've got two ranged units that are just simply not able to keep a lid on everything. So I think, I genuinely don't know if there's actually, maybe the dictionary or encyclopedia will help this. Mostly thinking, if I move the unit again, does that mean that it heals less, or does it always heal no matter where it is? And I'm not quite sure it's gonna... I figure it would tell you in the hit point section, or it would have a specific healing section. We'll figure it out. I do want to move them closer to the action, though. These guys... Yeah, so it's all zealots all the time. Okay, set arcane research.
Research enables you to learn new spells and acquire new units. The culture and tome you have chosen for your faction determine the initial skills you can unlock through arcane research.
Choose one of the skills that seems most useful to you. So one of the things, I seem to remember this being something that happened in Planetfall 2, which was when I was in the, I always ignored mana, and then I was in the battle and I was like, oh yeah, what is it? What do I get every turn? Because generally I like to have a positive number going up. So if I want, I can still have a surplus if I shuffle the research. The question is, what is the path that I want to go down? So we can get Warding Blessing, heals 20 temporary hit points and gets 2 bolstered resistance. Now, my frog people already have quite a bit of resistance, so that's maybe not as interesting. City Spell from the Tome of Zeal. For 3 turns, target city gets extra production income and extra food income. Now, it's not clear what that spell is going to cost. So loses the food income. So this is actually not bad for my home city because I have so much more food than production. But again, it's not entirely clear what the mana cost of that is going to be. So the last one would be Condemnation. So this is a combat spell, it looks like. Target enemy unit sustains 15 spirit damage and becomes condemned until the end of battle. And I seem to recall that we had an ability that gave us bonus damage against condemned units, so I think I'm going to go for the combat spell for a start.
Your empire will research the skill over time using your knowledge income. Once the research is completed, you will choose between 3 new skills.
Okay. So not much else for us to do. I'll just do a quick kind of recap of my goals. So we're still looking for an Ancient Wonder. I am slightly curious what this is. So Gold Vein, that can't be an Ancient Wonder. We're still on track for recruiting the Scout unit, and then over time we'll integrate that free city also. You found a friendly free city. Now that you have established contact, you may provide them with a Whispering Stone. This artifact will sway their relation to you over time until they're ready to become your vassal, and we already gave them the Whispering Stone. So yes, we are ready to end the turn. Day 2 dawns. All right. So I suspect there's nothing for me to do in the city. It's 2 days on the Lightseeker. I guess looking at this... No, that's just telling me how many I've gotten. Now, interestingly enough, so it says here plus 40 income per turn, so I can actually still be at a surplus of 10 to increase my population. So Imperium used for acquiring cities and speeding up empire development and negotiations. And it costs 200 to found a new city. Okay, that's another important detail I should pay attention to. I am attracted to the idea of more population, but maybe we hold off on that for now. I figure I'll get my scouts to do the scout thing and see what's behind that banner. And then it actually looks like the Dawn Defenders made a pretty solid recovery already. I'm not entirely sure they're ready to take on a... I'm not sure they're ready to take on a enemy unit like this, but I am going to move them a little bit close. So if it winds up being a banner that we can just claim, clearly I want to do that with my bigger army.
You have gathered a large amount of Imperium. This represents the influence you have over the world. You can use it to acquire new cities, unlock new empire skills, or speed up city growth.
Imperium is mainly gained by building parts of your wizard tower in your throne city or by annexing ancient wonders.
This is the Empire Development Tree. Here you will specialize your empire towards certain playstyles. Increase your empire's affinity to open more options.
Learn about each empire skill by hovering over it. So this is interesting. So there's general, nature and order, and then materium, chaos, shadow, and astral.
You will progress toward unlocking your next Empire skill every turn, depending on your affinity values. Once unlocked, you can spend Imperium to obtain the Empire skill. Unlike research, the Empire skills provide more passive bonuses and activate immediately upon selection.
This is an interesting system. So we can get basic seafaring here. Unlocks the ability for units to embark and use vessels to cross the water, and for flying and floating units to travel over water. We're on our way to fruitful integration. Founding or absorbing cities takes 2 fewer turns. Newly founded or absorbed cities gain +1 population. And then for order, if I want pacification, destroying an infestation or conquering a free city grants a stacking +300 relations to all other free cities for 10 turns. Tempting. I will grab this because I can.
Choosing a tome will alter your affinity, which represents your attunement to specific cosmic forces. It can also be altered by picking a signature skill for your ruler. You will require a large amount of specific affinity to unlock higher tiers of tomes.
So our options here, Tome of Zeal, which I think we already have. Rile up your fanatic populations for a common good. General research, every aspiring Godir knows the basics of spellcasting, which helps when exploring new uncharted realms. And High, this research is available to rulers with the High culture. They specialize in buffing allies and diplomacy. So I'll confess the buffs haven't quite done that much for me so far, but... So I think we're going to go further into the woods, but I'm not going to pick up the banner just because if it grants experience, I probably want that on my stronger... Okay, so... We saw bad guys there. Okay, new Empire development skill available. But we got that.
Now that you have gotten a second scout, you will need more powerful armies to claim the valuable locations you may come across in the realm. Bear in mind, scouts are not meant for combat, so build your army wisely.
Okay, so it's telling me basically to make an army, to fill up this existing army here. I think it's pretty clear what I need. The other question is, where do I want to explore? So I think we're going to head north. Well, there's two arguments. So there's a body of water here, and we are a seafaring people, so it may make sense to expand out to the east. Alternatively, I may want to check out what's up north. Small creature cage. Small cage with a trapped creature. Moving your army onto it will allow the creature to join your ranks. Okay, well, that seems very useful. Yeah, I think we're going to check out what's up north. This is Astral Dew. Magic material when annexed, +10 and 10. And then world map casting points. This is unknown. So again, we know that there's something nasty sitting on there, so we're not going to attack it, but I am interested in this creature. I am actually really intrigued by the fact that being in the woods prevented this unit from really being able to see what was going on. Okay, cool. So from the Brink of Death, it only takes 2 turns to get a shield unit up to full strength. I am probably more inclined to, to invest more in the front line. I guess the question is, do I want one ranged unit, well, one like primary ranged unit, and then just a line of defenders, or do I want to split it between a Dawn Defender and a Dusk Hunter? I think probably Dawn Defender and Dusk Hunter is how I want to do it, because in the end the ruler does wind up being a frontline unit, so that's three protecting 3 basically. And it seems to me like we can expand again, so so the Forester is always tempting because of the combination of food and production. The Quarry is interesting because of the production. I don't really feel like I need gold here. So I think I will make a more productive capital with a gold mine in it.
Stability measures how happy the people in your cities are. Outside of dark cultures, which do not suffer from low stability penalties, you generally want to keep your stability high.
You can find the stability of your cities by hovering over the mask symbol next to the city name in the city interface. So I mean, if I want to go pick a fight, I can. I suppose the question is, do I feel that I'm ready to take on what would potentially be 4 melee units? Like, it is kind of a fair fight still. I also don't have a backup ranged unit, which kind of made the difference. I think I'm going to give it 1 turn so that I can get the condemnation. Okay, so it was recommending a storehouse originally. It's boosted, as is the shrine, though. As is the library. So, science, the ability to cast spells. Stonemason would be for 2 farms. This is actually a really interesting system for the boost here, so it's encouraging me to build 2 farms. And I suspect this is to avoid me from over-specializing. Can upgrade the town hall. It's boosted if we have 5 population. I am trying to think whether or not the storehouse makes a lot of sense. What does the granary give me? Again, I'm trying to figure out what a good food income would be. I suppose it's a little bit more even between production and food now. So the stonemason would get me additional production. I don't feel I'm quite... Well, extra nah, you know what? If I go for the mana, then that's going to make me more inclined to use magic, and I feel like I underutilize magic. Okay. Condemnation, damage debuff spell. Sustains 15 spirit damage, becomes condemned till the end of battle. I am slightly disappointed from... Planetfall had these really nice bits of almost biography attached to the different spells and such. That doesn't seem to be present here. So we've got Wayfinder, unit enchantment, very fast movement, affects scout units. Legion of Zeal, grants enchanted unit Zeal, which make base attacks deal extra spirit damage. Or Dormant enchantment, grants non-high units, Dormant Guardian, Dormant Shield of Light. I think probably Legion of Zeal is where I want to go with that. If I want, we can get another Whispering Stone. Now, I'm tempted to do that, but let's maybe wait until we have a free city that we want to talk to. Oop. Yeah, we don't want to fight that. A Gortusk Piglet, shock unit. I think that number in the upper right is movement. Yes, 24 out of 40. So the Piglet is a little slow for my army. Razorback and a Gortusk Piglet. Okay. So we're still looking for the Ancient Wonder. And I suppose the question now is, do I want to hold off attacking one more round so I can get the Piglet in on the action? I think we should just go for it. So it says this is a low risk battle. We are up against something new here, so it's a skirmisher unit. So our range strategy is probably not going to work. Cheap and swift units that are useful at flanking and targeting lone enemies. It's plant, melee strike, and poison needle. Poison, 60% chance of inflicting poisoned, 8 blight damage each turn, and presumably ranged. Yeah. Yeah, physical ranged. Okay. And then cannot be used when an enemy's out of control, so we definitely want to rush in on these units. So, one...
This is a skirmisher unit, which is flexible and uses both ranged and melee attacks. With its high speed and slippery ability, it is the perfect unit for hit-and-run attacks.
Yeah, so this is what I'm looking to avoid. So, I'm not 100% sure how I'm supposed to figure out... So I guess I just count out 4 hexes from... Okay, well, theoretically, they would be able to fling something at me, like, no matter what. So I think we make sure that we can take advantage of our defensive abilities, and then just kind of keep our people clustered. So... so we will... I'm actually slightly curious about... I wonder if I can press, like... Yeah, Alt doesn't tell me that much. It'd be kind of nice if I could get some sort of indicator in terms of any sort of adjustments to... like, to the different modifiers based on terrain. So, for instance, you know, being in trees, you think maybe that would give you an extra defense. Oh, here we go. Hold Alt to target. So I think I'd probably just infer from... Yeah, I would just infer from mousing over. So yeah, even though there's flowers on the ground... I mean, it makes sense. Flowers aren't exactly going to be protecting you, but this is good. I still kind of want to keep everybody close together. So obviously this is about making sure everybody's protected, and what I've done here is, yes, the ruler is not in cover, but this is the sort of person who can afford to be out of cover. Now that's interesting. They didn't go for an attack. So I suppose the question is, do I want to go right into the middle and invite lots of retaliation, or do I want to try and whittle them down from the edges? I think I'm going to throw the... Okay, this is a little wasteful, but I think... Oop. Hang on. Where'd my... So I'm trying to figure out whether or not that spell actually got cast or not. Because it sort of feels like it didn't, and it also feels like I just lost part of the UI. Anyways, I don't think we're quite ready for healing yet. Oh, you're kidding me. It's obviously I would have wanted the radiance when before the start. So I'm just gonna get the condemnation in early. Okay, so far this is working as intended. What I do need to make sure, though, is that we start clearing out some of the riffraff. Okay, so these guys are out in the open, but so am I. So I suppose the question is, can I move somewhere? Yes, I can move somewhere pretty nasty, actually. So it'll kill my ability to do multiple attack. Well, actually, hang on. So if I go here, it's 50% chance. I don't know. Actually, hang on. This is reckless because they've got a melee attack. So... but it's still 70, so... And I should have put down the condemnation. So I suppose the question is, do I... There we go. I gotta remember to do that earlier in the turn, but... Obviously, I'm lucky with the low morale. Okay, so there is something of a, like, there's a practical question just in terms of whether or not I want to spend the spell points to take out, like, to affect these units. In this case, I think it might be a bit of a waste of mana, so we're going to take my hero to wipe out the remaining melee unit. So we'll hit these guys with range. So we'll go for one fewer attack with the Magic Blast. And then, of course, to mop up, we'll bring in the melee unit if required. So, it is worth recognizing that this was a second battle in which I have a unit that's very low on health, and that might be something that I want to consider moving forward. But I feel like that went a bit better compared to the first one, just because when it came down to sort of having a strategy and employing it, we delivered.
A hero can choose a new hero skill every time they reach a new level. You can choose how to specialize your heroes.
Choose a hero skill from the Warfare, Battle Magic, or Support categories. Doing so will unlock more powerful hero skills of that category. Access your spells, select the blue button next to your ruler on the bottom right.
This is your spell list. You can cast various spells from here to bolster your units and cities, or to smite your enemies.
There are two kinds of spells. Strategic spells can only be cast on the world map, while tactical spells may only be cast during combat. Some spells, such as summons or enchantments, are sustained, in which case they cost spell upkeep. To cancel an active spell, go to the Active tab. You can see all your ongoing spells here. Okay, so summons a Zealot into the target world hex. A Zealot is a reckless fighter unit that is advantageous against condemned units. So I think that investment in mana actually, I think that made quite a bit of sense. Look at this handsome fella. Oop. Okay, so we can give him archery, physical ranged attacks gain plus 10 damage and accuracy. Presumably I would need a different weapon for that. Defense plus 1 to defense, 5% for evasion. Fighting, melee attacks gain 10% damage. And sprint, for 1 turn grants 8 movement, slippery, elusive. Actually, that's not a bad one. So given the way that this has worked out, I think I am going to put some extra points into defense. Oop. Yeah, actually, sprint and defense makes sense. Because, of course, we've got slippery, does not trigger opportunity attack, elusive, not stopped by zone of control, and swift ignores the terrain. So essentially here, this is in line with somebody going in and locking down any ranged attacks. I don't quite see the value in summoning a Zealot yet, so we're gonna hold that off. I don't think I want to spend extra on anything else, so we'll leave it be. Okay, let's focus on... So there's actually two things that I want to do. So number one, I would like to... I'd like to be kind of choosy in terms of where I put my army. Obviously, there's going to be different battles, different challenges that I need to overcome. Probably ones that are most aligned with me gaining resources are the most helpful. So in this case, moving my main army back into my own territory, especially because I'll be getting another Dawn Defender. We can move the Piglet into range. Now, this is a mana stash, a collection of mana crystals ripe for the taking. Moving your army onto it will instantly grant you some mana, unless, of course, it's guarded, which it very likely is. We might check out the underground passage afterwards. Oh, nope, that was free. Cool. And then I guess open questions in terms of what's going on here. So, Marauder Guard. What are they guarding, though? If they are guarding something, it's not revealing its secrets. Let's go up the road and see. I remember these guys. I guess we'll have to wait for the killer penguins. And then this is interesting. This, I don't know if this is a rival faction or if this is a hostile city-state. Day 7 dawns. After a diplomatic dinner with your envoys, you are contacted by a pale sage Alessandro Ravenbeak of Oraculum. I know I am just a lesser sage in the eyes of an exalted lord, he says anxiously, but I need to learn the truth. After trying the stew you crusading croakers are famous for, my food taster bloated with gas until the poor man was ripped apart from within, turning the buffet into a nauseating mess. Now I keep thinking, was this man's death supposed to be my own? Do you seek my demise, Dafaldea? It's a tragic accident. Let my treasury vouch for our friendship. A third party must have poisoned the stew to sabotage negotiations, or it's not my fault you arcane Tigrans can't stomach our delicacies, so we definitely don't want to do that. Third party, so 4 strength order affinity checks. So we definitely have the order. 60% chance that they believe me for a gain of 12. 40% chance that they think I tried to murder them. Now this is interesting. So, actually, hang on. Let me just make sure. Okay. So it's a little weird just to see the order affinity with a line through it, but it looks different up here in the menu. So, like, if it weren't for the order affinity, like the 60% chance, it's sort of like, yeah, if you were to do that, like if you had some kind of a bet and somebody was like, okay, I'll give you $12, 60% of the time, and, you give me $12, 40% of the time, and you can play this as many times as you want, you'd clearly try to play that as many times as you could. But you might have to, be allowed credit. But the losing order affinity is actually an interesting question, though, especially because I currently have 5 order affinities. So that would, in principle, wipe out my existing order affinity, which I wouldn't want. That's actually that seems like a really severe penalty. So I think I'm going to eat the 184 gold. That's basically 2 turns of income. And go for the minor allegiance bonus. Dawnspire Cananics, another province. Okay, so I may want to one thing I might want to do is take a look at what kind of boosts I need or would want. So 2 quarries for a boost to draft income with a little extra gold for good measure. The Mana Obelisk also wants 2 quarries, so both of these are appealing. The Stonemason wants 2 farms. We don't have 1 yet. Storehouse is already boosted with the Forester. 5 population for the Atrium of Light, so, you know, the boost is just going to naturally come over time. And then finally the Vendor, if we build 1 farm, we get the extra gold. I suspect we're going to have to pay for our maintenance at some point, but all roads really do seem to be pointing towards quarries as to the major boost. So then the question is, which of the neighboring provinces do I claim? I don't think there's much in terms of... Hang on, is the Cursed Keep a... You know, this is a wonder. I think I'm just going to build the quarry out here. Well, see, this says iron deposit, so this is better in terms of production. Yeah. So I'm curious why that doesn't count as discovery. I'm going to move this unit here first.
You have discovered
There we go.
an ancient wonder. It now needs to be explored before it can be claimed, though only armies led by a hero can explore ancient wonders. While exploring, you can encounter obstacles which can be overcome in various ways, though they can always be cleared through combat.
Which, fair enough, but I'm not really wanting to go out of my way to to solve things through combat. But the scouts are I actually really like that. So there's 2 things I'll say about this. Like, if you think about other 4X games, you know, it's very common to start off with some kind of an explorer unit. And the funny thing is, I've never really thought, for whatever reason, I guess because Age of Wonders feels a little bit more combat-oriented, I've never really felt the need to build some kind of a scout unit at the start. And I suspect that has been to my detriment. It's actually kind of like that the tutorial encouraged me to do that. And obviously having 2 of them has really improved my ability to get things done. So my original plan was going to be to move this army, you know, to go in and clear out the riffraff here. I may still do it, but we can move on the Cursed Keep. Now here's what I'm going to do. I'll move you up. Ah, it thinks low food income, huh? So this is good to know, right? If it says 45 is low food income, it's pretty obvious what the next step is. Don't we have 2? No, we don't have 2 foresters. Okay. I think I'm going to build a mana obelisk after that. Dawnspire is suffering from low food income. Food regulates the pace at which each city can get new population, and so annex new provinces. Population upkeep requires food and may be the cause of such a shortage. Some city structures and province improvements can increase the amount of food that a city produces per turn. So it's 45 income per turn. Okay, 10 of 198. Okay. So I'm curious how it measures low, but I'm happy enough to go on that that guidance. So I'm tempted to see how the underground passage works, but I do see that there's more stuff. So let's take a quick look. Okay, so a fountain of blood and a lot of very scary looking things. Negotiation succeeded. Our diplomatic state with Oraculum is now a pact of cooperation. The free city opens its borders, trading is enabled, and up to 2 resource trades are available. Magic materials can be traded. Next up is a pact of loyalty. So I can use Imperium to... It's actually half of my score per turn. I wonder if there's a cap on Imperium. I don't actually mind the idea of paying for knowledge. So for both of these trades, I'd be cutting my income by 1/3. That I feel a little less comfortable with. But I think I'm going to go for... at least that first one I want to go for. Okay, and perhaps against my better judgment... Actually, there is one other thing that I can do. We can summon a Zealot. Oh, we can't do that this turn, though. I am going to try... Oh. So we can't do that this turn, anyway. So maybe the pig can come in. Now that you have a sufficient army, you are ready to expand and conquer. Armies are expensive, so put them to good use. Send them out with a hero to gain experience and discover new resource nodes or potential city locations. So what's really encouraging about this is that we can run people ahead. It's like this is sort of the line here in terms of what they can do. I hope there isn't like high ground, low ground bonuses. Oh, but there's lucky. That's interesting. So what I basically want to do is I want to just be one tile out of their range.
This is a shock unit, a powerful melee fighter specializing in high damage charges. Its attacks can cancel defense mode, which makes it strong against shield units and support units.
Okay, that's good to know. We don't get magic the first turn, so I don't get to do any fancy shenanigans with that. And I figure we might as well do Mending Awakening right away, given that this unit is already low on health. Okay, so if I want, I can go charging in. Or I can set myself up in a better defensive position, which I actually kind of prefer that option. For this reason. So number one, we get to do Condemnation. I blew it. So I don't think there's a way for... Oh wait, there will be a way for me to awaken. So now they get a damage bonus against this unit, I believe. That's dumb. Actually occurred to me there's a slightly better thing that I can do here, but... Okay, so we're gonna... I don't even know if there is an inner radiance for the boars, but we'll find out. Okay. So basically, I have a nice opportunity here in terms of where, like the lucky sunflowers and such. Wow. So I either let them retaliate or I really beat these guys hard. So the big problem here is that these guys might move in and flank these folks. Yeah, so I guess now the question is... I think I'm still going to hold the line. Now that I wasn't expecting. Fortunately, it's a summoned unit, so I don't care too much if I lose it. Okay, so this is pretty obvious how I'm gonna finish it. So next up, I want to condemn. Oops. It's not enough to kill him, unfortunately. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We take the boars. Oop, I could have ordered that slightly better, but... Okay, so the last step here is basically just finding out who's gonna, who gets to wipe out what. So... And then the ruler comes in for the coup de grace. So obviously that didn't take advantage of his speed or anything like that, but overall, like when you think about the units that were damaged, that's a bit better than what we've normally done. We also, of course, had more units, so that's maybe not a huge surprise, but okay. I wish, yeah, I do kind of wish I had better information in terms of how healing works. But I think we'll move towards this cache and then we'll explore the Cursed Keep. Okay, so there's another wonder, it looks like. This lush location is fed by a magical wellspring that flows directly from the Fey realm. Mystical waters attract all manner of creatures, unaware that they are potential victims of tricks of the fairy folk. Though what a fairy considers mischief can potentially be deadly to others, even the most powerful beings should proceed with a measure of caution. So we can also get the description for the Cursed Keep. The ruins of a massive stronghold dating back to an age when the first civilizations made a stand against rampant gargantuan monsters and magical storms. Although battered, its weathered walls still offer a degree of protection to those within as well as those nearby during times of strife. So, bonus fortification health per quarry in the city domain can be used as a unit deploy location. Adds the Brewer Ogre and Butcher Ogre units to the Rally of Lieges. The structure can only be entered and fought in by one army led by a hero. Claims on this province, Daffel Dea, distant claim. Cool. Okay, so I don't see... Well, I'll maybe take a quick look at that production stash. Okay, so that's free. Next, we'll see what's going on with those borders. Another level for my ruler, so I can boost his defense, fighting, sentinel, first strike, plus 20 damage via retaliation attacks and opportunity attacks. I actually don't mind that, given the fact that I'm already making him run into battle quite a bit. So let's go for sentinel. Another ruler has started negotiating. An unknown ruler has started negotiating with Oraculum. When a free city is vassalized, other rulers may receive a grievance if they have reached at least a pact of cooperation. I'm assuming this gray shield here is an indication of how close they are to... So I may want to pay up for this. What can I do here? So if the Pact of Loyalty is in 2 turns, the Pact of Vassalage can't be that far off. Maybe we'll see how far that gray shield moves.
Unit enchantments are spells which allow you to empower your armies. They apply to all units with a specific role and cost upkeep for each unit affected. These enchantments often synergize with units or spells from the same tome.
Okay. I think we're going to do the same thing that we did last time. We're going to clear out the riffraff and... Legion of Zeal. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see Hard to see this as a bad thing. Okay, so this is going to be basically the same fight that we had last time. Technically, we're weaker than last time, so I want to be mindful of that, but overall, I'm happy with how that turned out. In fact, this is almost an identical battlefield. Okay. So I may want to be a little bit more... Actually, come to think of it, there is one thing that I want to do, and that is activate my sprint. Because honestly, even if that means that I'm in a little bit more danger, I do like the idea of being able to... okay, it's out of range. Like, if I can get them to focus on the ruler, then everybody else just kind of runs in and beats the crap out of them. Yeah, so if they're going to attack, they're all going to pile in on my ruler. So that's basically working as intended. Now I'm going to want to awaken at least one unit. Okay. So I've got Inner Radiance or I've got Condemnation. Actually should have... yeah. And I can't do over channel, unfortunately. Okay, that's fine. So it does pain me that I have to use up another unit like this, but... ouch. Okay. Now that doesn't count as a flank. Oh, but I can't get them... So the big thing here is I don't think anybody dies. Actually, Okay, my bad. I was gonna say maybe that unit can move to the side, but... The Zealot is an acceptable loss because we're gonna be replacing this with a shield unit anyway. Okay, so that's not a finale. That is... So, maybe not so great that I lost the Zealot, but the Zealot was a temporary unit anyway, so... Okay, we're gonna move you to see what's going on with that territory. Now these guys actually think... So number one, I'm gonna investigate what the underground passage does. But number two, I think I want to see what's going on around the edges of Oraculum to see if I can find out who is... I want to see maybe who's involved, like who's getting involved with that city-state. We've got Legion of Zeal, so now we select new research. So we have Inspiring Chant, buff spell, 10 morale, become 2 strengthened if they have Zeal. Enchanted Crow Companion, extra vision range on the world map. I think I'm going to do Fanatical Workforce this time. So it does say that there are food income losses, which I need to be a bit worried about, but we are going to be building... We're going to be building to sort of compensate for that. Okay, so... Granary. 2 turns away from building another Forester if I want the boost for that. Can go do faster research. I'm gonna get the library just because it's cheaper. And here, vassals grant 10 gold in tribute, works for me. And excavation unlocks the ability for units to excavate earthen terrain in the underground. I'm gonna take it just so I can experiment, but I wish I had a slightly better idea in terms of what, like, why. This is one thing, this isn't really unique to Age of Wonders, but every once in a while, like, it gives you interesting information, but stops just short of that thing that you need to sort of decide whether or not it's really for you. So, like in this case here, I give up 75 Imperium. My units get a new ability. Good. But I'm not clear, like, excavate could mean that I can gain access to new areas. It might mean that I, build defensive fortifications. In the end, I'm not 100% clear in terms of what that Imperium got me, but generally in this case, particularly because it's a it's particularly because it's the tutorial mission or world. I kind of feel like I sort of feel like just doing the things is the better, it's the better path. And then, if you decide it's not worth it, then when your resources are really scarce, that's going to be that time where you decide, that might be where you say, okay, that didn't really work out for me last time. So, okay.
You have encountered another ruler. They will be your biggest roadblock to victory, but they may also prove to be powerful allies. This overview will show you in-depth information about another ruler, their personality, treaties, and current relations with you.
Inspect the other ruler and decide if this is someone you wish to forge an alliance with or defeat, or anything in between. Greetings, exalted Lord Dafaldea. May wisdom guide your path in this realm. So our existing relations seem to be not so good. Represents the degree to which two empires are on good terms with each other. Good empire relations are required to negotiate a wizard's bond and treaties. Eventually, good relations can lead to an alliance. Bad empire relations increase the chance of war being declared. I'm wondering if that's an AI thing, or if that's if there's a kind of a I'm wondering if there's a kind of a mechanic to promote that. Okay, empire relations can be improved with high alignment. So determined, where are we? So it looks like these guys are neutral. I'm curious what my own alignment might be, though. I'm assuming good, but I don't actually have anything to indicate that on the screen right now. I'm sure I have it somewhere else in the game, though. Although perhaps if I mouse over the relations... No, it doesn't explain why it's 25. Interesting. So it doesn't explain what wary means. Okay, so we can send them a welcome gift. Greet the other ruler with a gift. They might make a formidable ally in the future. You give 50 gold, and your relations with this ruler improve by 50. Threatening welcome. Insult the other ruler, who needs them anyway. Your relations with them will suffer 50, and they may eventually be lured into war. I don't see the benefit in outright provoking war. So they want money. Erudite sage, peaceful rulers who value wisdom and learning. Likes empires that don't break treaties, stronger research, dislikes empires at war, dislikes empires with a stronger military, so that might explain why we're on poor terms. And then they favor treaties, war must be justified, exploration, and expansion. Okay, so we don't know where Throne City is, and we've run into arcane Tigrants before. So I don't quite see the need to pay them off, particularly given that that's a fairly large portion of my income now. So I think let's just start negotiating. There we go. Okay, so we are good. So 100 relation with free cities and rulers that have neutral or better alignment. Oh, that's interesting. So even though they're neutral, it would seem that for one reason or another, okay, so maximum expansion in economy, lowest military and magic. Fate brings us together once more. What questions burden you, Dafaldea? So I suppose the question here would be, what do I want from them? I don't mind the idea of a defensive pact. I just don't want to be spending... I don't want to pay up for that.
Negotiations are mutually beneficial agreements with fellow rulers. You can propose treaties to strengthen the bond between your empires. You can trade assets to make a profit, or you can send gifts to improve relations.
Okay. So, perhaps unsurprisingly, they're not willing to... So, the welcome gift has now been doubled. Yeah, you know what? I'm basically... The way that I'm feeling about this, I don't think they're... From what I can see, they're not ready to declare war on me, or at least they won't do so unprovoked. But I don't necessarily have a whole lot of reasons to invest a whole lot into this relationship. So I think I'll say goodbye for now, but we do want to find, we kind of do want to find out where they've come from. Well, this tells me a little something. I do want to see what's going on with this knowledge over here, so. I do love how absolutely insane these creatures look. That was true in Planetfall as well. Okay, I think I said I was going to be investigating the sinister red border. Infestation spawners. So it causes an infestation to take place. Areas under the control of marauders who increase in number over time and take over adjacent provinces. They will periodically send forth raiding parties that can potentially start a siege on a city without needing a hero. Destroying the infestation spawner will clear the infestation and grant the destroyer rewards based on the tier and size of the infestation. When an infestation grows into one of your provinces, it will continuously pillage its province improvement until the infestation spawner is destroyed. Infestations have several states. Its infestation spawner will indicate its current state, and each state will take several turns to activate. So deep sleep, sleeping, awakening, the infestation will become active. ! Patrolling, the infestation will patrol its domain. Invasion, or Skull and Crossbones, a raiding party will emerge. And recovering, the infestation will reinforce its patrolling armies. So effectively, this seems to be the Age of Wonders equivalent of barbarians. So it's asleep right now. I actually don't really mind where things are at the moment because we're going to be getting a new unit before too long. Hang on. There's a little badge on this thing. Oh, elite. Cool. So I'm slightly curious for Legion of Zeal, whether or not a newly generated unit will have any effect, or will be affected by it. That's a conversation for a later time. I think here we want to see what's going on with the underground passage. The passage allows units to travel to and from the underground.
This is the underground. It is rich in minerals and unexplored ruins. As long as you have access to a passage, you can freely move between the surface and the underground.
Here we go. So this is where excavation is explained. The excavation empire skill is useful for navigating the underground by removing diggable earth. This can sometimes hide treasures or marauder armies ready to attack and pillage your cities. Races with the underground adaptation trait fare better in the underground. To leave the underground, you can left-click on the layer button in the top right corner. Okay. So that gives me a little bit more of an idea. About what to do. So obviously we don't want to start any fights here. This is just a scout, but... Oh, actually, there doesn't seem to be that much... So I suppose the question here is, would I want to summon a zealot at the moment? I'm not completely sold on the need for a zealot right now. Although the other question would be, like, maybe this is something I just want to keep in the hopper. I also note that it says I need a certain number of world map casting points. Right, okay, so I spent some and then I'm going to generate a certain amount as well. Negotiations succeeded. All right. So it does not seem like the enemy's going to be getting enough advancement for. So we've got 6 turns before the Pact of Vassalage. They'll get a grievance if they have a pact of cooperation, but they don't seem to be making that much progress. So I'll keep an eye on this. I might want to spend some Imperium to boost allegiance, but I don't see that as a major priority for us right now. So our diplomatic state with Oraculum is now a pact of loyalty. The Free City shares its vision. The Free City allows building on claimed provinces, contributes 2 to the Rally of Lieges. This is where you can draft units into your empire or to help defend vassal cities using recruitment points. The pool of available units consists primarily of units made available to you by loyal cities and explored ancient wonders. The number of units available depends on how many recruitment points you have available. Rallies will be held every 15 turns, and only at that point will the pool of units and the number of points you can spend refresh. You can, however, use a boost to halve the amount of remaining turns once per rally. Okay, I think I'm ready to end the turn. However, I know I'm close to wrapping up for tonight, but I really do need to replenish my tea. And I'm also feeling a bit peckish, so I might finish the last slice of pizza that I have. So I'm going to take a very quick break. Sorry for the silence. The game disables the audience when I tab out of the screen. So I'm going to take a minute here just to refresh. Sorry, bear with me a second here. I also hear my fan working really, really hard, so I'm just a little curious about this. Well, they're really charging the GPU. I'm going to take a look into that too. Anyways, I'm going to run ads very quickly just so that I can save you any of you who stop by after the pre-roll. So I encourage you to get a glass of water and otherwise take care of yourselves. But I'll try to be back within a minute or so. So see you then. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Let me just take a second here. I know the game is going to be quiet for a bit. Now, I just want to take a quick second here to see if there's anything I can do to my settings, because I took a quick second looking at the task manager, and when I take a look at utilization, it actually seems like my GPU is working very, very hard. And in fairness, you know, I am on ultra settings and all of that. So I guess if it says if you display, okay, so the easy answer here is nope. This is what it costs to play the game, which is fine. I mean, that's why we buy good graphics cards and that. Okay, so we're ready for another turn. One thing I will say for the
There are many paths.
there. Okay, that's actually really funny. I was about to say the only thing that I was feeling a little uncertain about with this introductory tutorial was it didn't really tell me that much about victory conditions, and I do like to sort of build for the long run in games like this. So it's actually very funny, the turn where I was about to say, you know, I really wish I sort of knew more about where I was going in the long run on this, is exactly the moment where it said that. So kudos to Triumph for anticipating that question. The Pyreborn Hunt Battle Quest. Sage Alessandro Ravenbeak solemnly greets you. Majestic Dafaldea. Oraculum cordially invites you to join in the ceremonial hunt of the Pyreborn Dire Penguin. Once every decade, our finest hunters ride out in search of the Pyreborn Dire Penguin, and we cull every creature we can find and collect the meat for the glory of Oraculum until we finally catch that flame-infused Dire Penguin. You would grant us a tremendous honor by joining us. Will you send a hunting party to Oraculum and join their hunt for the elusive Pyreborn Dire Penguin? So I'm honored to join you. We get the quest. I will send several hunters from Dawnspire to join you in my stead. Apparently draft is blocked for 6 turns. I will have no part in your cruel rituals, which will actually make me nicer. But relations fall, or unfortunately I cannot spare any hunters currently good hunting. It is 25 turns. It's not entirely clear. I think we'll go for it. I'm honored to join you. Oh, that's not that far away, actually. Okay, that's terrifying. Chaos Eater and Entwined Thralls. I believe this is a defender. I don't think that's going to be running around directly attacking people, but I may want to avoid going into that area. If I want to summon the Zealot, I can. The question is, do I want to do that right now? Well, I can reinforce the pigs. What does their movement look like? 32. I think I'm actually going to go for Fanatical Workforce instead. Okay, now it seemed to me we finished the research, so we should be able to... Or no, sorry, this would have been before, but we should be able to excavate at this point. Allows any unit to dig out an area of earth and terrain in a province. Excavation can open up new paths and cover buried treasure or even discover hidden locations. Ah. I see. Okay. So I suppose there isn't an undo for movement like that. That's fine. There are many paths to victory in this realm, but they all need the right strategy. You can expand your empire far and wide to become the most dominant power within the realm, use magic to bend the very land to your will, or use force and military prowess to crush all who stand in your way. Evaluate your progress to victory by tracking a victory condition through the quest panel in the top left. To achieve an expansion victory, an empire needs to control enough provinces to unlock the Beacons of Unity. After building 3 beacons in different cities, you can light the beacons, during which hostile armies are spawned in an attempt to destroy them. If you can defend the beacons for 15 turns, you will be victorious. Provinces count when they belong to your cities directly, or when they belong to your free cities with at least a bonded vassalage. Magic. To achieve magic victory, an empire needs to build a Seed, Root, and Heart Affinity Province improvement unlocked when you choose Tier 3, 4, and 5 tomes. If all 3 improvements of the same affinity are built, the magic victory spell is unlocked. Channeling the spell takes 15 turns until victory is achieved, during which hostile armies are spawned next to the improvements in an attempt to destroy them. Losing any of the 3 improvements cancels the spell. And finally, Force. To achieve military victory, an empire needs to defeat all other non-allied empires. To defeat an empire, its ruler needs to be forced into the Astral Void, and its throne city must be captured. If a ruler is forced into the Astral Void, they will respawn at their throne city unless it is captured by another empire. So apparently we're number 1 on military victory, although I don't really know how we might measure that. Expansion victory, 2 of 3. Magic victory, we're apparently the farthest behind. And then score victory, that's a turn limit 1, so we probably don't want to do that. So 107 provinces. I think I'm going to try for the magic one. Great choice, Exalted Lord. You have chosen a victory condition which will guide you toward success. You can always change strategies when necessary. So one of the reasons why I went for magic, even though I'm further behind it than expansion, is because I figure on the way to magic, I'm probably going to do things that are in line with expansion. And so, like, if it turns out that I have a better grip on an alternative victory, I can always do that switch. Okay. So dormant enchantment, unit enchantment, non-high units. So I guess the thing here is that I don't think my units are non-high, so I'm not quite sure that this is the most important thing I can be getting. Although I do note that it's a tier 3, so that may be it may be that I'm actually holding back my my progress by doing that. Warding Blessing. I mean, I do like the idea of being able to heal people on a turn. I think I am going to do the higher tier one, though. Okay, so we've got a Dusk Hunter library. So we're at level 5 now, so we'll build the Atrium of Light. That's only going to take 1 turn. And we can generate food, or we can build more units. Honestly, I think we need to be building more armies. So let's start with a... So they all have 8 upkeep, although the Dawn Defender also has a mana upkeep, which I failed to appreciate. Let's start with a Light Seeker and 2 Dusk Hunters. Now, as far as production is concerned, so we've got the Town Hall on the way. So if I build a second Forester, I get a boost to the Granary. If I build 2 farms, I get the Stonemason, but that's not happening. I don't know. A second Forester seems like a good call. There's an occupied gold vein here. I'm tempted to go for this one. I mean, it's a bit of a weak choice, right? Because specialization, I don't know, like I do feel like specialization is sort of the way that we will... Oh, actually, I probably want to be moving towards the Cursed Keep. But if I do that, then I don't get to build my Forester. Okay, I think I am going to build the Forester. Because we can clear these guys out in the future. Okay, we'll leave that be for now. I don't think I want to summon the Zealot yet. Fruitful integration. Founding or absorbing cities takes 2 for your turn. Well, I mean, we're just about to do that, so I think that's... those are points well spent.
Your throne city has grown large enough for you to construct a wizard tower. This beacon of your power provides many bonuses, including valuable Imperium.
Okay. I do love doing what I'm told. There's a lot that I can do with that. So, it seems to me that it makes the most sense to go for the Wizard Tower as instructed. Extra Imperium income, extra vision range. Yeah, all good. So it looks like we can also expand the Wizard Tower. So extra mana seems like a good investment. Interesting. When you defeat an enemy hero in combat, they have a chance to go into your prison or your crypt. Heroes in your prison can be granted their freedom to get their equipment and to improve relations with the free city or ruler that they belong to. Wow. I'm really impressed with some of the stuff that they put in here. Excuse me, by the way. When you defeat an enemy hero in combat, they have a chance to go to your prison or your crypt. The remains of these heroes can be sold to get their equipment and some gold. I don't know. I feel like the prison cells is a little more interesting. Special province improvement Sunshrine, so extra knowledge, and then extra knowledge per adjacent research post, which I don't think we have. Then there's the Circle of Zealotry, not jealousy. Plus 10 draft per positive or negative level of alignment. Well, we're definitely on our way to becoming super good. Bonus city stability per adjacent province improvement, unit deployment, location, and counts as a core. Oh! So that would mean that I get the bonuses for having 2 quarries, which would be... what? So it seems to me like I don't actually need another quarry. Or no, not true. Call drop stash, although I don't have the mine, so I don't think that'll be relevant. Okay. I don't think I have anything I want to do here quite yet, but... So, let's keep scouting. I want to send you after the penguins. Now, if I want, I can deploy the Zealot. I don't think this is one for the Zealot, though. So let's just see what we're up against here. We've got a Dire Penguin. We've got a Razorback. 2 Gortus Piglets. So Razorback is ranged. The thing to remember about the Piglet is because of the shock. My existing defenses aren't as clear. Okay, this is actually going to be a little more challenging than it looks. So let's just be really clear about what we're up against in terms of abilities. So it seems like this just has an ordinary strike, so I'm not too fearful of the Dire Penguin. Maybe I should be, but... Oh, hang on, Lifesteal. Okay, that's going to be one that's going to be important to look at. If I can, I would prefer to engage the Gortus Piglets at range. Cancels defense mode, and removes retaliation attack. And the Razorback is actually the real question mark in this, just because of their range. And it is actually 20 damage, so that's a pretty nasty thing to get hit with. So I think what I'm going to do in this case, I'm actually going to stay out of range for that particular attack. If nothing else, it just gives me a chance to build better defenses. Okay, so I think everybody gets defense at this point. So a lot of this is contingent in terms of what the AI does. Okay, so we can actually just go and charge in. It does keep me away from luck. But here's what we're going to do. So first we're going to do overchannel. And that's so I can have inner radiance. And then the question will be, where do I do the condemnation? I guess we just surround this guy. I don't feel great about that, but it's probably the only option I really have at this point. So here, I have to rely on luck. Or do I? I think I'm actually going to hold off on that. Okay, so clearly this is the only unit that I can attack with, and it's my leader with the temporary hit points. So this makes the most sense to start with for an attack. Okay, so there's a small worry about what happens with the quills, but we're going to move up here. there anybody who isn't awakened? I guess this unit isn't awakened. Okay, so we will... I'm going to try the Magic Blast here, just because that may free up another unit. Great. So this unit's now able to strike the Penguins. Obviously there's retaliation, but... and we're kind of back to the old question here, right? Do we shoot the bow against the pigs or the penguins? I actually think I probably should fear the pigs a little bit more than the penguin. So we'll be beat up a little bit, but I think we're in good shape for the next turn. Now, I wasn't expecting that. Okay. So I was hoping to be able to heal this unit, but I'm actually in a little bit of trouble there. So, this is definitely a prime target for condemnation. Now, I have a little bit of a tough call here, because, yeah, they're able to kill this unit this turn, so I kind of need to dedicate my hero towards taking out these penguins. Nice. That might have been overkill to have the 3 units come in now that I see the range, but... I'm not sure if this is going to do all that much, but... Ah. Okay, so again, a bit of damage, but nothing to really put my my units in real danger. The Pyreborn Hunt Aftermath. After slaying the Pyreborn Dire Penguin, you hear the distant horns of Oraculum. The hunt is over. It is not long before Sage Alessandro Ravenbeak approaches you. He bows deeply. The Pyreborn Dire Penguin is slain. May the great hunter Dafaldea usher in glory to our great Oraculum. The minstrels in Alessandro Ravenbeak's entourage sing a short ballad of triumph. The hunters gather every animal killed in the hunt, forming a respectable mountain of game. You outmatch us, Alessandro Ravenbeak declares. As the slayer of our venerable quarry, you are the first to claim your prize. So better relations with Oraculum for 18 turns. We can claim the meat for extra food and Dawnspire. That'll give us extra population. You may keep the meat, but I will take the pelts. That will give us more gold. Allow me to enlist one of your formidable spell shield hunters. Or mounting the head of a dire penguin shall symbolize my empire's supremacy. So the extra unit kind of seems interesting, given that I've got the piglet. So I can kind of make... I've had in the past sort of these armies of misfit units. So there is something kind of tempting about getting one of those spell shield hunters to add with the piglet to be a supporting army. Population's nice because it just gives me more stuff, which I can obviously use to support further production and units and such. I think I'm going to do the spell shield hunter though. So what do you get? So it also has Legion of Zeal, which is nice. Yeah, it's basically like my existing Toad one, it feels like. Oh, nope, it also has Stunning Flash, so damages adjacent enemy units, and a 60% chance of inflicting stunned. Okay, that's actually quite a good unit then. Figure out what Shield of Light does again. Defense and resistance. I mean, it's okay, but... Alright, now I want this unit excavating, and because we're sort of exploring at this point, I'm going to get them to excavate this region. Forget how to... So there was a button to go back to the overworld. There we go. So I probably should make a farm before too long. So I guess the question is, am I willing to spend 8? I don't think I'm quite ready to spend 8 for the Zealot yet. Maybe if I knew I was going to be getting into a fight. Lesser Stone Spirit, 64 health. Gargoyle, 76. Also a shock unit, though. So I think what we'd probably do here... So this seems to think that I can take them. I'm thinking maybe what we do, we combine these, we add a Zealot to be able to take out the spider. Maybe we add 2 Zealots, I don't know. Actually, yeah, that's an idea. Gotta remember, I want to use mana during battles as well, but we're definitely going to go to the Cursed Keep next. And then I think I need to start clearing out some of these infested areas. Your throne city has grown large enough for you to construct a wizard tower. This beacon of your power provides many bonuses, including valuable Imperium. So I feel like we got that advice already. Oh, that's shameful. I didn't need another scout. I'll keep it, because it does have its own uses. I really should have paid attention to that, though. So 2 Dusk Hunters for sure. So Daylight Spear, this is a polearm unit. Oop. So compared to the shield... Oh, now I've gone and done it. An extra retaliation attack. Ow! Damn it! Sorry, I just poured tea all over everything. I gotta get back. Sorry, there's like, it's basically a full cup of tea that just went on some electronics as well as some, like some paper. So I've got some like business cards, which are like literally falling apart in my hands right now. So I'm really sorry. I can't even put the break sign up. I can talk while I'm doing this, but this is something I need to deal with right away. Sorry, I'm finding tea near place. I think I might just have to call the stream here, but let me try and get this in some order, and then we can at least get a couple more turns in. Okay, I'm almost done. I need to clean everything up so that I can actually play the game, but I will be back for at least a little more. One of the reasons I was so panicked, so I've got one book which could be ruined, which I'm not super happy about, but there's no, like, getting mad about it isn't going to bring it back, so. But one of the books that was on my desk is actually, it's really hard to find. I don't even know if it's in print, to be honest. And I actually found a copy of it, but so long story short, I was on a date, and the person I was with didn't really have that much of an interest in the subject, but I think, I don't know, maybe my interest in it, or maybe they just wanted some indication of fealty or whatever, but whatever it was, they wanted it, and I'm like, like, they kind of already knew it was hard to find, so I wasn't exactly going to persuade them otherwise, so I, like, said sure. So I quite literally waited a couple of years before I could get that book again. So needless to say, that was the very first thing I wanted to make sure was okay. That's one of the reasons why I was rushing. So, just give me one more minute here to make sure that I can sort out the wet from the dry. Okay, I'm gonna take one more break. I'm just gonna wring out my mouse pad. Okay, I got a big mess I gotta clean up after the stream. But we should at least be able to resume. I misplaced my mouse. So I will confess, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to recover. I've got a English grammar book that's not looking good. But I should be able to, like, again, none of that stuff's going to get resolved while I'm here. I am actually going to have to, this isn't an action game, so I'm just going to have to put my mouse on something different. But okay, again, apologies for, I don't even know if anybody's still stuck around after this, because obviously it's not fun to hear somebody have to deal with their desktop problems, but for those of you who have spilled things on valuables, you kind of know the feeling. So, what are we up to? I can summon a zealot. Okay, Pig's not ready to join. I'm debating as to whether or not, I think we'll just wait on the zealot. I think I am going to bring in the scout. I mean, I figure an extra body can't hurt. And we're not going to be able to enter the Cursed Keep, it looks like, but we can save that for next turn. Okay, so nothing too exciting in terms of excavating. We may be able to access new areas here. Yeah, so we're gonna stay put for now. Now I suppose the question is, do I want to go to the underground passage and have 2 units underground, or do I want to... I think it probably makes sense for me to scout out further in the overworld, because if you think about it, like, it feels like you can grow your settlements quite quickly in this game. And so I have a feeling that we're probably going to want a better idea in terms of where Dawnspire can expand to. We're probably going to want to have to deal with this hostile area here. Although I was originally planning on expanding to capture the Cursed Keep, so perhaps we want to handle this. I don't know, we'll figure it out. Okay, moving on, we can... So we don't have the mana for Wizard Tower level 1. To be honest, I also don't feel like we already have an existing Wizard Tower, if I'm not mistaken. I think we were going to go for the Granary in this case. Given our finances, perhaps the gold income might be... Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely a few things I can see myself getting. I do think I need to start investing in some farms. But we're going to leave the Zealot for now. Yeah, we'll just end that turn. Okay. This isn't exactly rocket science, but... So I suppose the question here is, do I want to try the Cursed Keep first, or do I want to deal with the... I think we'll recapture the Gold Vein. This should be a pretty... Well, it's not as straightforward as it looks. So the zealots can afford to die. I prefer them not to, obviously. And these things... Yeah, okay. So the important thing to remember about these things is that they don't have ranged attacks. So we can sort of make our... We can sort of make a defensive line and hold them off. So I think if I move up here... Yeah. Now another thing worth remembering is that we have the ability to... We have ranged, so... The scout should be good for flanking. This actually seems like a nice little spot to hold the line in. Especially given... Oh man, actually. There are some nice possibilities here. You know what? Ah, nuts. Okay, so I gotta be a little selective in terms of my spells here. So I don't think anybody is awakened. Nope, double damage against condemned, so... Sorry, something came up here. I'm not quite sure what. Cool. I'm not quite sure what... Oh, hang on. When a spell is cast, this unit's base damage randomly gains fire, lightning, or frost damage. Cool. So that does actually make me want to be a little more offensive with them. Anyways. I'm gonna spread the love. I don't think we have zeal on this unit. Yeah. I should be moving for flanks at this point, I think, but we'll end the turn for now. So we don't really want this unit to be surrounded, but this is the hand we've been dealt. We'll see maybe if there's a way to rotate this unit out. Doesn't look like it, so there's a couple things I can do to help out. So that gets me a flank. So we will condemn this unit. Alright, so this is enough to take this unit out. Okay, yeah, I think I have some ideas. Okay, so actually it looks like they get an attack of opportunity on the pigs if I move them. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're done for either way. I should have undone. I should have done an undo, but we can get my pigs a fighting chance by taking out enemy units. Actually, I should have stunned. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those pigs are dead. So I suppose the question is, do I want to try and redo the combat to save my pigs? I don't think it would hurt. See if we can maybe redo that. So, there's definitely a couple things that I learned, so let's do retry. The main thing I want to focus on here is make better use of the shield units. It's actually going to be very similar, but the zealots are uniquely powerful for this scenario. I'm going to get the pigs in a flanking position. Yeah, I think I got some ideas here. Okay, so we move up to like this. Move this unit in for defense. Now the pigs could theoretically run in on this side here. So I'm actually going to move them back a bit. Okay, so the spiders can actually try and do something nasty if they kind of move around the edge like so. But the pigs are going to be my insurance policy if that does happen. Okay, so obviously that was a smart move for them to move that unit second because the retaliation doesn't hit. So... guess I have to move the pigs. I was a little too cautious with the pigs. Alright, I think we're going to get extra defenses for our zealots. Okay, so they're basically moving where I want them to, although I think I might lose a zealot here. Yeah. But that's fine, because that's a summoned unit. And they did neutralize my pig's charge. Okay, so we condemn I'm sure there's a way to do this without losing a unit, but it was mostly the pigs I wanted to save. It's just mostly because I treat the zealots like they're expandable. Okay. So I suppose in theory here we go after the small monster den.
An infestation is close by. Invading armies will be sent from its spawner location to your lands, if left unchecked for too long. Destroying them, however, might prove challenging.
So because we are going to go and try and clear out the monster den, I am going to summon another zealot. An Inferno puppy. So we're going to move that up. I consider you a friend, exalted Lord Daffodea. Together we shall prosper. Okay, I'm happy about that. We still count as being indifferent, so now it is giving us a breakdown of our relationships. So, Empire relations with Enamru, minus 110. Declaration of friendship went up 15. So, alignment is actually up by... Oh, hang on. Okay. So, the threat level is the major... drag on that. Ugh. Oh, here we go. Okay. The ruler feels threatened by your empire, which affects your relations with them by minus 200 and makes trading with them more costly. So I'm curious how I might adjust the threat level without making myself weaker. That's probably isn't going to happen, but I don't want to spend money on this. Yeah, at least once we go above 40. I'm just going to let sort of nature run its course with that. About to vassalize a contested free city. You are about to vassalize Oraculum while there are other rulers competing with you. Competing rulers will receive a grievance on you when you vassalize the city. So, I mean, I'll be honest, I did kind of think... Yeah, I mean, they're not at Pact of Cooperation yet, so I'm not quite sure why they would get a grievance, but I also don't care. An evil presence lingers in these lands. A small monster's den, a throng of vile monsters has claimed this region. If left unchecked, they will grow in strength, expand their territory, and send out invasion armies. Awakening the infestation will become active in 0 to 3 turns, so I'm hoping they don't become active. We can't do anything about it right now anyway, but let's go to the Cursed Keep. Okay, so we've read this before, but the ruins of a massive stronghold dating back to an age when the first civilizations made a stand against rampant gargantuan monsters and magical storms. Although battered, its weathered walls still offer a degree of protection to those within as well as those nearby during times of strife. Heroes and horrors. As you enter the Cursed Keep, you feel incomprehensible dread. Slowly, you crouch closer. In the courtyard, a shadowy creature moves with unnatural grace. It touches the ground, which groans in protest. A flickering light rises from it. It grasps the light and pulls it into itself. You realize this is an astral serpent from the astral sea, a being that, according to folklore, feeds on magic and lost souls. You realize that many souls will be freed upon the defeat of the astral serpent. So, no time to waste. This astral serpent must be destroyed. Channel raw magical prowess to weaken the astral serpent before fighting. That is such a shame. But 296 mana is a lot. So, it is a risky battle. Ooh. I'm actually more worried about the support. Yikes. Okay. I thought I was in slightly better health. So I suppose our best hope here is to sort of fight them at a choke point. This is definitely going to be one of those times I go for the healing. Yeah, so the choke point doesn't really count for a whole lot if the... Okay, so there's a couple things I want to do. First of all, over channel. Oh, that's not doing enough damage. This is gonna suck in a little bit. I should have awakened someone, but we'll do that now. Okay, so we'll put down the shield wall. And at this point, we just do our absolute best to hold on. Yee God. I really need to remember to learn. Okay, we're doing this thing over again. I need to remember to look at what the capabilities of an enemy are. I think there's an option to just reset. Oh, they don't just let me end it right away. Fair enough. I feel like there should be a better way to be able to do a faster reset. Because the funny thing is, I remember from Planetfall, I had this bad habit of not seeing the abilities of enemies and this coming back to bite me. But I don't remember it taking this long to sort of take my lumps and reset. I mean, I still may not be able to actually make anything of this, but... Okay, so, Shattering Refuge unit teleports to a target hex, dealing damage to adjacent units. This unit then gains Refuged. So, invulnerable and stunned. Okay. So within 6 tiles, so I need to make sure everybody's spaced out. The Wind Ranger can do a melee strike. Frenzy gains a stack of strengthened when landing a hit. And Whirlwind deals damage to all adjacent enemies and displaces them up to 2 hexes.
This is a Battle Mage unit, which excels at dealing magical damage and applying status effects. It is vulnerable to melee attacks and should be kept in the back line.
Okay. And then a Lesser Storm Spirit is their shock troop. So obviously the better option here is for me to focus down these guys rather than... Okay. So there's going to be some preliminaries that will remain the same. Obviously, I want to be mindful of where everybody's standing. So part of this is going to be to try and run in and beat the crap out of one of these bad guys. Okay, so awakening this unit isn't actually that important. Okay. I do see some logic in awakening this unit, though. This is risky, but I can't really afford to do anything else. I guess I should have used it against the Battle Mage. Oh well. Yeah, not the biggest surprise in the world those didn't land. I think we're gonna get clobbered again. Okay, so that's smart that they're defending their battle mage. Although we seem to be a reasonably strong unit, so try condemning this one. I'm kind of surprised that worked, but okay, so hopefully here we get a little bit of revenge. Ah. So again, the hope here is just to be able to tie up the battle mages earlier. So let's see the consequences. Okay, hopefully I'm going to be able to heal this unit. Looks like they're focusing them though. Okay, so if I do this, yeah, I'm not able to... Ah, they force me into to finishing it too. Okay. Oh, this unit got stunned. Okay. Yeah, this is all sorts of bad. It sure does love eating my ranged units. Okay, so this one's almost certainly dead. Probably shouldn't have been because of the... I wanted to heal it, but... Again, I can grouse about it or I can... do the work. So given where we're at, let's... heal up. So I get stunned each time I get hit by that, huh? Alright, I'm gonna need to keep that in mind. Okay, I'm not crazy happy about how this is going to turn out, but we can at least give them a run for their money. I was hoping I'd heal them. So it doesn't look like it's enough to seal the deal. I think I'm gonna go for the... Well, you know what? Yeah, if morale's low, we'll go to toe-to-toe with the big guy. Ooh. We just lost. So I definitely need to get, in addition to... There's a few different factors, but I would definitely say I need to get a much better... I need to get a much better read on what my hero is and isn't capable of. Because just, you know, things like an enemy being able to do multiple attacks on them, you know, I probably shouldn't be getting surprised by that sort of stuff. We'll see what we can do, obviously, but I'm not expecting miracles here. I also have a feeling that I'm outmatched by this creature. Ah, so I'm limited in movement now. Yeah. There's no action I can take. I basically just need to get wiped out. Okay. I think I'm actually an hour past where... I think I'm an hour past where I wanted to end, and I do actually have... I do still have some cleanup to do, so it is a rather shameful place to end it, but I think I should call it there. I like this. Again, thank you to GOG for supplying the key. Now, the only thing I do just want to... the one thing I just want to make clear, Friday is pretty much a Book of Hours day where I can do it. Obviously, they're in between betas right now, so I don't have access to the game. But Friday is basically going to be dedicated to that game when it's available. And so what that means, a little bit like Cyberpunk, right? When I can get to it, I will, I will play it. But I can't necessarily make the same sort of guarantee that I'll be doing Age of Wonders as regularly as I normally might. And that is definitely not a consequence of me disliking the game. I actually am quite impressed by this. I suspect that this is going to be a game... Like, I really enjoyed Planetfall, for sure. And I definitely need to relearn some things about this game, but I feel like it's... like something that will reward continued effort into it. So, if you're here specifically for Age of Wonders, as much as I would love to say, come watch me on X date for the next episode, I can't say that with certainty. I suspect I'll probably be able to do one next week. But again, just because my first priority is to Book of Hours, I need to make sure that I sort of honor that commitment. But I am definitely going to do more Age of Wonders 4, because the last thing I want to do is accept a key and then only do it once. So, but yeah, I am going to leave it there. Let's see who is online for a host. I suspect I lost quite a few people on the spill. Looks like Dendrian is live, so Dendrian is currently playing, looks like the new Zelda game, Tears of the Kingdom. Very nice guy. If you like kind of hanging out, listening to me talk, Dendrian is definitely a streamer for you, because he very similarly, camless streamer, enjoys being able to interact with people. I notice his chat doesn't actually talk that much, so he's definitely somebody who has the capability to sort of hold a broadcast without a lot of interaction. But one way or the other, I hope you enjoy his stuff. As for me, I will be back Monday. We will be doing more Old World. Hopefully I will get to the end of the scenario, and then I think Wednesday we'll probably be back to Godless. I need to figure out exactly what the schedule looks like. And again, Friday, my preference right now will be to do Age of Wonders 4. As always, it kind of depends on what's there. I do also notice, like, one of the benefits I feel I can offer a game is to sort of rekindle the interest after the big people have passed it by. And obviously this is a really popular game right now. Lots of people are playing it. It's easy to see why. It's a very good game. But at this point here, I think I'd still like to throw my little bit of support where I can there. But like I said, no promises. If something comes up, I will. Age of Wonders may get bumped, but that just means that I will put it a little bit higher up in the queue when the time comes. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here with this raid.